Hello dear friends, how are you doing? So today we are going to learn French from the very beginning. So stick with this class until the end, and let's start from the very beginning. The first important thing to learn, so in order at least to say hi for your mate. Alright, we are going to learn how to greet people. So the first word here is bonjour. Bonjour. You see the translation right down the wall. By the way, bonjour we can divide it into two words, bon and jour. Jour it can be translated as morning as well as day. Bon it is always translated good. Alright? Next, bonsoir, the same. We can divide it into two. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. Now, be attentive, please, that the O-I letters in French are translated wa, are pronounced, sorry, wa, wa. Soir here means evening. The whole means good evening. Right. Next one. Oh, it's starting to be so fatty. You don't understand why we have added N and U. It's quite easy. It's not that complicated. Just don't panic. Take it easy, boys. Well, here it is because feminine. That's it. Bonne nuit. Bonne nuit. Again, take your copybook. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Go get your copybook and take some notes. Bonne nuit. You see here the T? Yeah, it's quite strange. Why to write a letter and not pronounce it? I know. Rule number 1. If the T is at the end of the word and it's not followed by vowel, we don't pronounce it. It's so easy, no? Bonne nuit. Salut. Salut. Again, the T is not pronounced here. Salut. Don't say salut, okay? It's not salut, guys. It's salut. U. It's salut. Salut, it can mean something bad in French, actually. Alright? So say salut. Salut, it means hi. It can sometimes mean also as goodbye. See you, kind of. Alright, now how to ask somebody how is doing? It's that easy. The most common questions are the following. Comment ça va? It's a simple question. Comment ça va? Comment? How? Ça va. Va is a verb here. Comment ça va? And the second one. Ça va bien? Ça va bien? You see? The pronunciation of the last word is kind of a little bit raised up, right? Ça va bien? Ça va bien? Or we can just simply say ça va? Again, last word, intonation of it is quite raised up. Ça va? Ça va? We usually answer this way. Oui, ça va bien, merci. And if you know you're not so sure if you are good or not. Oui, ça va bien, merci. Translated literally as yes, oui, yes. Okay? The opposite of it is no. No. Yeah, it means no. Ça va bien, I'm good. Merci, thank you. Or we can answer très bien, très bien. Again, the S here is not pronounced simply because it's not followed by a vowel. The B here is not a vowel, so we don't pronounce it. Okay, so for now we have the T and the S. Très bien, which means very good. Pas mal, pas mal, not bad, pas mal. Again, the S here is not pronounced, right? Well, I believe this sentence is even used in USA, I guess, or in America, or, well, English people. Comme si, comme ça. Comme si, comme ça. Which means so-so. Now, how to say goodbye? Au revoir. Au revoir. Au revoir. You see here, voir is a verb which means to see. Au revoir. And the OE, as always, pronounced as wa. Okay? Also, salut. As I have said already that we can say salut in case of kind of goodbye. À tout à l'heure. À tout à l'heure. I don't know if you have noticed something or not. Kind of there is such a lesion between the T and the A. It's like pronounced as if it is one word. À tout à l'heure, right? Because I have said already that if the T is followed by a vowel, we pronounce it, alright? So in case if there is no A here, for example, we just say tu. That's it. À plus tard. À plus tard. Now it's not à plus tard, it's à plus tard. We know that the S already and the T, if they are not followed by a vowel, it is not pronounced. It's the case also for the D letter. Let's go. Again, à bientôt, which means also as see you later. À demain, see you tomorrow. Bon weekend, have a nice weekend. Bon weekend. Okay, here are all the words that you need to greet somebody in French. All you have to do is to pronounce them, to try to, I don't know, practice them somehow with me, maybe repeating or rewatching the video, and just, like for example, just let's repeat together. Bonjour, bonsoir, bonne nuit, salut, coucou. Comment ça va? Ça va bien? Ça va? Oui, ça va bien, merci. Ça va. Très bien. Pas mal. Comme c'est comme ça. Au revoir. Salut. À tout à l'heure. À plus tard. À bientôt. À demain. Bon week-end. Okay, let's practice them a little bit. Imagine, we have a situation. Imagine two friends, they are just about to meet. And usually, salut, ça va? We say this as a first question we ask somebody if we have just met them. Salut, ça va? Ça va? If it's more formal, bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour, madame. Bonjour, madame. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Bonjour, Pierre. Bonjour, monsieur. Au revoir, monsieur. Au revoir, à bientôt. Au revoir, Jérôme. À tout à l'heure. Au revoir, maman. À plus tard. Bonjour tout le monde. Hi everybody. Let me present myself. Je me présente. Je suis Madame Leblanc. My name is Leblanc. Bonjour. Comment tu t'appelles? Hi. Or good morning. What is your name? Je m'appelle Manon. Je m'appelle Manon. Comment tu t'appelles? To here is you informal. Je here means I. Okay? Je m'appelle Manon. My name is Manon. Et vous, madame? And you? and you, vous here is more formal. Madame, comment vous appelez-vous? What is your name? Moi, je suis Christine. Well, my name is Christine. Pay attention that we can answer this way. Je m'appelle, like my name is, or je suis Christine, which means I am Christine. Now keep practicing, guys. See you next class. Okay, welcome to the second class. Now go and get your cup of coffee, please, because we are having such a boring class. Yo, I know that everybody hates alphabet and it shouldn't be, and you are talking a lot. So, but we need to know how some letters are pronounced. And keep it in your mind that these letters, so many of them, are pronounced differently when they are put in a word. So the first word, l'alphabet. L'alphabet. I guess you know what does it mean, hopefully. Yeah. Arbre. Well, I didn't put the translation, but I put some pictures here. Hopefully you understand. Arbre. Arbre. B. Banane. Banane. C. Crayon. Crayon. D. Dauphin. Dauphin. PH. F. Dauphin. E. Escargot. You see? Have you noticed the difference? Here is like E, and here I pronounce it as E. Escargot. It's not escargot, it's escargot. F. F. Fille. Fille. Yeah, the double L is usually pronounced as ye. 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 Fille. J. Garçon. J. Garçon. You see here is J, but here garçon. It's not garçon, it's garçon. H. Hibou. Hibou. It's quite silent here, but still we're feeling like kind of soft like happy, or well, happy is quite loud. Well, here the H is quite soft, alright? Like Hibou. Igloo. I. J. Jupe. Jupe. Now it's not jope, but jupe. U. U. Yeah, you have to keep practicing with the U. Okay? K. Kangaroo. Kangaroo. L. Lune. Lune. M. Mouton. Mouton. N. Nuage. Nuage. O. Oreille. Oreille. P. Poisson. Poisson. Q. Cadre. Cadre. Even though we have here written as U and A, but we pronounce it as A. Cadre. Rivière. Rivière. R. S. Singe. Singe. Oh, what a handsome monkey. Singe. T. Tortue. Tortue. U. Usine. Usine. V. Voiture. W. W. Wagon. It's not W wagon, it's wagon. X. Xylophone. Xylophone. Y, yaourt, yaourt. Z, zèbre, zèbre. Now, let's learn a little bit of numbers. Les nombres, or we can say also as les chiffres, which means the same, the numbers. Les nombres. Zéro. It's not zero. It's zéro. Un. It's not un. It's un. Un. Deux. Deux. Now the X here is not pronounced. Okay. I guess you are struggling, yeah? You're saying, what? French, I don't want to learn it. Trois. Trois. Again, the S is not pronounced, and the O and I is pronounced as wa. Quatre. Quatre. Cinq. Cinq. Six. Oh my god. It's not six. It's six. Here we pronounce it as S. Six. Sept. Sept. The P is silent here. Sept. Huit. Huit. Neuf. Dix. Again, the X is as S here. Onze. Onze. Douze. Douze. Treize. Quatorze. Quatorze. Quinze. 16. 17. Again, the X is not pronounced, but we feel like a lesion between these two words. It's like, it's kind of one word. 17. 18. 18. Here we pronounce it as Z because the following letter is a vowel. Now you say the H is not a vowel, I know, but here it's kind of silent, so that's why we say 18. Okay? Don't panic, we are going to have a class and I will explain hopefully all of this. 19. 19. 20. 20. The GT here are silent. Don't say 20. 20. 20 is not right, okay? 20. 20. Keep practicing, come on. Read all the numbers in your city. Okay. Hello, how are you doing? Hopefully you have been practicing all this time. Hopefully you have read all the numbers of your city in French. Now today, guess what we are having? Right, we are going to learn some adjectives and how to describe a person in French. Usually when we want to ask how somebody looks like, we ask it this way in French. Il est comment? Il est comment? Which is translated literally as how is he? Okay? Now, hopefully you feel kind of lesion between these two words. We don't say like il est, we say kind of il est comment? Il est comment? It's pronounced like il est. Il est comment? Or il in case if masculine, which means he, and elle means she, feminine. Elle est comment? Okay? Here we have multiple answers. For example, the first one, il est comment? Il est grand, grand. Now the D, in case if it's masculine, we don't pronounce it. But if we say elle est comment, the answer is going to be elle est grande. So the E here stands for feminine. Okay? And in this case, we pronounce the D. Elle est grande. The same for this one. Il est petit. Il est petit. Elle est petite. Petite. Il or elle here est de taille moyenne. Okay? Hopefully you understand the pictures because I've been trying to draw. Il est comment? Il est mince or elle est mince. As you may have noticed that mince is for both masculine and feminine, okay? Il est comment? Il est gros. Gros. Elle est comment? Elle est grosse. So in case it's feminine, we pronounce the S. Okay? The general rule says that the E to form, for example, noun, to turn a noun or an adjective to feminine, you have just to add the E. And we will see that next class. So here let's learn some adjectives, more adjectives. We have to get, how to say it, we have to learn more vocabulary as you are a beginner. So at least you will be able to understand me next class. Stupid. Stupid. Now if you don't know or if you don't understand the picture, you will have just to check in your dictionary and write the word down or make phrases or I don't know. I believe that some of them or almost practically are the same in English. Stupid. Intelligent, in case if it's masculine, the T is not pronounced. Intelligent. Intelligente, in case if it's feminine, the T is pronounced. Paresseux. Paresseux, in case if it's masculine. Paresseuse. Paresseuse, in case if it's feminine. Sportif. Sportif. Sportive. Bavard. The D is not pronounced in case if it's masculine. Bavarde. It is pronounced in case if it's feminine. Marron. Marronte. Méchant. Méchante. Sympa. Sympa. It's for both feminine and masculine. Timide. Timide. Now here are all the words. What you will have to do is to practice, to try to, I don't know, kind of we had already made these sentences like il est comment. You can, for example, ask il est comment and answer by yourself. Il est, for example, let's say il est stupide, il est intelligent, elle est intelligente, il est paresseux, elle est paresseuse, il est sportif, elle est sportive, il est bavard, elle est bavarde, il est marrant, elle est marrante, il est méchant, elle est méchante, il or elle est sympa, il or elle timide. And here is the translation of them. Okay. Now we have a little homework for you. What you will have to do is to reorganize these words. They aren't in order. So guess the word, for example, the first one. Gosh, it's hard even for me. What is that? Ooh, it's so difficult. Okay, the answer is here. Méchant. Bavard. Oh. Okay guys, see you in the next class. Just keep practicing, alright? Yo, hello guys, how are you doing? Well, today we are going to learn, guess what? Damn, it's written in the presentation, right? Yeah, verbs. You say, wait, what to learn? Verbs. Alright. The difference between English and French infinitive verbs is just that in French we have 3 groups of infinitive verbs, and in English we have just, for example, to say to add like stop to stop, and that's it. In French we have 3 groups, and usually we call them the first, the second, and the third group. Let's see. Here are the 3 groups. So what's the difference between them? As you may guess, I have written everything here. All the infinitive verbs in the first group end with er. Er. It means, for example, fermer. This verb ends with er. It means it is belonging to the first group. Magie. Okay? Monter. The second group with er, like finir, choisir, Usually, it's not like the first group. In the first group, it's quite well, it's quite easy to remember because we know that all the verbs ends with er, and that's it. The second group, all the verbs ends in er, but there are always some exceptions. For example, verbs like venir, tenir, partir belong to the third group, even if their endings is in er. The third group in re or oir. For example, faire, recevoir, perdre. Okay? Have you understand something, Mama? Hopefully yes. It's easy, the first group and with er, the second er, but there are some exceptions, and the third one with re and oer. That's it. It's easy now. Now let's see the 50 most commonly used French verbs that you will have to learn because we use them daily. The first verb, is être. Être, to be. Être is an auxiliary verb, and it is very important to know it. The second one is avoir, to have. It's also an auxiliary verb. Aller, aller, pouvoir, vouloir, faire, parler, demander, savoir, venir, dire, devoir, donner, falloir, trouver, manger, rendre, mettre, rester, tenir, prendre, passer, comprendre, sortir, partir, voir, porter, montrer, penser, suivre, connaître, croire, entendre, attendre, commencer, devenir, appeler, décider, arriver, servir, finir, revenir, recevoir, répondre, vivre, agir, jouer, aimer, choisir, ouvrir. Now we have homework for you. All you have to do is to just group each of the given verbs into this table. For example, the first, the second, and the third group, and you will have to put all these verbs in this table. Alright? Have a good day. Hello, this is a quick class. We are going to learn subject pronouns, and don't say that, oh cool, just let it, we can just check in internet and found how to say subject pronouns in French and learn them, that's it. Now I wanna cover everything in this program for beginners, so just let's start. Je, I, je, tu, you, informal. Il, he, elle, she. Nous, we. Vous, you, plural or formal. Il, they. Elle, they, feminine. This one is for masculine and this one is feminine. Here, let's learn some phrases. Tu parles à, which means you are talking to someone. Okay? À here stands for to. It's an article. The second one, tu parles de. De. Remember these two articles, please. Tu parles de. You're talking about. Let's see, next slide, we will have to choose the correct subject pronoun for the following situation and write them on your whiteboard. In your case, write them in your copybook. Tu parles de Monsieur Lange et Monsieur Gravis. Monsieur Lange et Monsieur Gravis. you are talking about Mr. Lounge and Mr. Gravis, two persons, which is the pronoun il. Right. Tu parles à Président Obama. Oh, you're talking to the President Obama? Yes, vous. Tu parles à ta mère. À ta mère. You are talking to your mom, sorry. Right, two. Tu parles de ton ami. You're talking about your friend Margot. Elle. Ami. Elle, feminine. Tu parles de ton ami. Here is not feminine because we don't see the E ending. Tu parles à ton ami Laurent. You're talking to your friend Laurent. Il. Tu parles de toi. You. You're talking about yourself. Je. I. Hello again, how are you doing? So now we are having more vocabulary. No. Are you bored? Okay, me too. It's okay, we have to learn them. Come on. And you see they are interesting animals, no? Do you have any animals at home? Sorry? Sorry, I forgot. I can't hear your answer. Okay, I'm just kidding. Let's go with these animals and just repeat after me, please. Tortue. Well, the first one is les animaux domestiques. Les animaux domestiques. Here there is kind of lesion between them, which the S is pronounced as Z because it's followed by a vowel. Les animaux domestiques. Domestic animals. Tortue. The NF here means feminine noun, and the NM here means what? Yeah, masculine noun. Tortue. Souris. Perruche. I hope I can show you my perruche. I have one of them at home. Rat. Serpent. Hamster. Cochon d'Inde. Lapin. Lézard. Chien. Chat. Poisson. Oie. Chèvre. Dinde. Vache. Poulet. Lama. Canard. Cerf. Cheval. Cochon. Âne. Mouton. By the way, sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you. Âne in France used as well as an adjective. If you want to describe, for example, your stupid friend, you can't say just je sais pas. It is like translated as he is a donkey. We say that, for example, we describe somebody dumb. We say he is donkey or she, for example. Sorry for this interruption, okay. Girafe. Hien. Gazelle. Gorille. Éléphant. Léopard. Bison. Crocodile. Hippopotame. Guépard. Rhinocéros. Zèbre. Now let's see les animaux de l'Arctique. Yeah, Arctic animals. Mancho, penguin. Mancho, penguin. Harfang, husky. Fork. Sorry, it's in English a bad word, I know. Fork. Narval. Narval. Bœuf musqué. Renard arctique. Renard arctique. Yété. Yété. Caribou. Caribou. Morse. Maquereau. Ours polaire. Hello, how are you doing, guys? Well, if you notice that my intonation is getting down or not speaking loudly, be sure that I'm so hungry. I wanna eat, but before that I want to record this video. Okay, guess what we are going to have today, right? It's written, describe a person. Yeah, we are going to décrire une personne in French. Well, as you know, we can describe somebody taking in consideration so many aspects like gender, age, height, weight. We can describe face, the character of a person. Let's go and see how to describe that in French. Can say, for example, for gender, c'est un homme. C'est un homme. Now you see that the T here is pronounced because it's forwarded by U, which is a vowel, and there is kind of lesion between them. C'est un homme. Actually, lesion is for the three words. C'est un homme. It's like pronounced as a, we hear it as if it is one word. C'est un homme or c'est une femme. Yeah, don't panic, I know. And here from masculine, and une is for feminine. And this one, this article, I remember you that it is translated as a in English. So it is an article, don't panic. C'est un homme, c'est une femme. And you see the translation here. I'm not going to read it, okay? C'est un homme, c'est une femme. I'm just kidding. C'est un homme, c'est une femme. C'est un garçon, c'est un garçon. What? You haven't ever seen this kind of letter in French, in alphabet? Yeah, we are going to have a class about it. C'est un garçon, c'est une fille, c'est une fille. Again, I remember you that the double L here is pronounced as ye. C'est une fille, c'est un enfant, c'est un enfant. Okay? We can also describe somebody. We can take in consideration like age. We can say, for example, il est jeune or elle est jeune. This one is for both masculine and feminine. Or we can say, for example, il est vieux. Okay? But elle est vieille. Alright? This one is for masculine and this one is feminine. Or simply we can say elle est âgée. Okay? Just translated as old. We can talk also about appearances. For example, we can say somebody is ugly, like me. We can say, for example, il est beau, il est beau, il est beau. Okay? But elle est belle. Alright? Beau is masculine, belle, feminine. It's like in English. You can't say, for example, he is beautiful, right? You say he is handsome. Okay? Don't panic. Alright? It's the same in French. We have exceptions. Il est mignon. Il est mignon. Elle est mignonne. Now you may have noticed that the N here is kind of pronounced quite soft, but here it's clear. Elle est mignonne. Or jolie. Jolie. Il est laid. Elle est laide. Or moche. Moche is for both masculine and feminine, which means ugly. We can talk about also he, like il est grand, elle est grande, again, masculine, feminine. Do you remember the general rule? We add just e, and here is the feminine, ready. But keep in mind there are so many exceptions. Il est petit, elle est petite, petite. Now, il or elle de taille moyenne. Il est gros, il est gros, in case if you are not practicing sport, which means, do you understand what does it mean go? Sorry, fatty. Il est gros, elle est grosse, elle est grosse, okay? Il est mince or maigre, maigre, elle est mince, elle est maigre. Let's describe her. We have two here. We have two ways to describe her. We can say, for example, il or elle a les cheveux. I've written already here. A is a verb, avoir, conjugated into present, and the être stands for son, which is the verb être conjugated in present. It's quite easy. Take it easy. We are going to have all these verbs and how to conjugate them. So for now you will have just to learn the adjectives and these sentences. We can say, for example, il a les cheveux noirs, ses cheveux or, ses cheveux sont noirs. It's up to you to choose whatever you want. Il a les cheveux noirs, elle a les cheveux bruns. Il a les cheveux blonds, ses cheveux sont roux. Il a les cheveux gris, elle a les cheveux blonds, ses cheveux sont bruns. Il a les cheveux bruns, ses cheveux sont blonds. Il a les cheveux blondes, ses cheveux sont rousses. Okay? Also, we can describe eyes. Let's see how to describe them. We can say, for example, il or elle a les yeux. Il a les yeux. Again, there is kind of lesion between these two words with the vowels. It's like spoken as if it is one word. Il a les yeux, or we can say ses yeux sont. Il a les yeux grands, ses yeux sont petits. Alright? Il a les yeux noirs, ses yeux sont marrons. Okay? Il a les yeux gris, il a les yeux verts, elle a les yeux bleus. Right? Now let's see how to describe some of particular features. Like we can say, for example, il a la barbe. Okay? Elle a la barbe. Well, I have never seen a girl with a... It's okay, forget it. Il a une moustache. Elle a une moustache. Il a un grain de beauté. Et elle a des taches de rossure. Right? Now let's see how to describe character. The same. We usually use e, the verb être. Il est sympathique. We can say also, elle est sympathique. For this adjective is the same for both feminine and masculine. Antipathique. Il est antipathique or elle est antipathique. Now, il est heureux, which is masculine. Elle est heureuse. Okay, feminine. Il est méchant, masculine. Elle est méchante, feminine. Okay. Let's describe now clothes. What are you wearing right now? I'm staying naked behind my... Okay, I'm just kidding, sorry. Il porte un pantalon noir. Elle porte un pantalon noir. Il porte une jupe jaune. Yeah, it can be. Elle porte une jupe jaune. Il porte un t-shirt bleu. Elle porte des lunettes. Oh, sorry, it's already on. Alright, welcome back to my class. Coco, Coco, are you here? Come on, are you here? Let's now learn more about
les verbes
verbs,
pronominaux.
and this time we are going to learn les verbes pronominaux. Les verbes pronominaux. I imagine that you are sitting behind your computer and thinking, what the hell is that, right? It's okay. Les verbes pronominaux. Pronominal verbs, alright? So,
Je me douche.
Let's see what is a pronominal verb in French.
Madame Morel se brosse les
Let's give
dents.
an example. Je me douche. Don't read that. We don't need it. Okay? Je me douche, because I wanna just make it very easy for you than to read everything and translate it literally and try to translate. Okay? So I'm gonna explain it very quickly. Je me douche. Okay? Madame Morel se brosse les dents. Now, do you understand here? Where is the pronominal verb here? Well, you may say that me douche. I'm not stupid, because je, we know that it is a subject. For here, you are not stupid too, because you know that, well, it's different. It's colored. Okay? Madame Morel se brosse les dents. Se brosser, to brush. Les dents, teeth. Okay? So, like that, you won't say, he doesn't even translate these words and some kind of, okay? If I don't translate words, just go get your dictionary and translate them. And besides, it's very easy to translate any word right now. And I believe by doing that, you will remember this word. Okay? Well, maybe you won't remember it the first time, but the second time, sure you will remember it. No? Okay, the third time then. I'm tired. Okay, let's go. What I want to show here is that, for example, let's take an example of this verb, se laver, to wash, alright? Se laver. Se laver. It's first group, okay? Se laver. We know that the pronominal verbs in French are starting with se, okay? So when conjugated into present, we have to change this se and to accord it to the subject. So for example, for je, it becomes me. For tu, it becomes te. For il, it becomes se. The same for these ones. For nous, it stays nous. For vous, it's the same vous. For il and elle, it's se. So what you have to remember is this for one. For the nous and vous, yeah, I'm stupid. What I'm saying, it's clear here that we have to remember only this, and these ones just are the same. Okay, you know more than me. Thank you. Next. I forgot. What about the conjugation? Okay, I'm gonna read the words. Je me lave, tu te laves, il, elle, on se lave, nous nous lavons, vous vous lavez, il, elle se lave. You may notice that these letters are in red. This is the termination or the endings of present simple. Okay, so what we principally do, we are going to learn that part. Let me explain. We are going to delete or remove, sorry, not delete. We are going to remove and throw it. Okay, we will need just this thing, this one, love, steam, love, and add these endings, and here is the present simple for the first group is done. S'habiller, s'habiller, okay? It's also pronominal verb, and it's the same. S'habiller means to wear something, wear clothes. My accent is quite kind of strange, but it's okay. You will understand me by the way. Je m'habille. Je m'habille. Tu t'habilles. Il, elle, on s'habille. Nous nous habillons. Vous vous habillez. Il, elle s'habille. Now, I guess you've noticed the apostrophe and you think, why is that? I have explained already that in case if the next word is forwarded, if this word is forwarded by a vowel, then we delete the first letter and we put apostrophe. So not to say, for example, je me habille. It's quite strange. So to make it easy to speak, so we say je m'habille. We remove the first letter, the second letter, and we put apostrophe, and that's it. I know that here again it's not. It starts with H. It's not vowel, but keep in mind, even though it starts with H, but H here it's silent. So that's why we take in consideration the second letter. Okay. Tu t'habilles, il s'habille, nous nous habillons. Again, S it's pronounced here as Z, because I have already told you that the S, if it's forwarded by a vowel, then we speak it as, we pronounce it, sorry, as Z. Vous vous habillez, il s'habille. Okay. So you think, okay, if I'm saying I wash, how to say I don't wash? In French it's very easy. Well, I believe it's easy in English more than in French. Okay. In French we have to form negative sentences we have two key words here. We have ne and pas. And in generally ne it's before, we put ne before verb and pas after the verb. For example, je ne me lave pas, tu ne te laves pas, il ne se lave pas, nous ne lavons pas, vous ne nous... Sorry. It's quite hard. Try by yourself. Nous lavons pas. Vous ne... Aïe, aïe, aïe. Vous ne vous lavez pas. Il ne se lave pas. It's hard to switch from English into French. So let's see. Here we have some words that you will need to translate, okay? And they are all in the first group, by the way. You will have to conjugate them following these examples and these endings. You will just have to put these endings. So you will have to translate them, delete the infinitive ending letters, and just add the present endings. Okay? After translating them, and don't forget about su. Okay? Don't let it like that for all the subjects. This is the second homework. After you've done with the first exercise, you will, as you see here, we have again example sentences which you will have to translate and understand and learn the words that you don't know and conjugate these verbs, alright, following the rule. Here here I have the answers, so you will have to pause the video, write them down, translate what you don't know, and let's go check them together. Okay, the first is Julie se repose sur une chaise au jardin des Touriers. Deux jeunes hommes s'ennuient. Ils se présentent à Julie. Julie se fâche avec eux. Elle se lève et s'en va. Je me couche vers minuit. Tu te réveilles à 8 heures. Elle se lave le visage et les cheveux. Nous nous brossons les dents. Vous vous habillez très vite. Elle se promène dans le jardin. Hello again, how are you doing, guys? Well, we are today going to learn more vocabulary again and again, but this time is about body parts. Body parts.
Les parties du corps.
Les parties du corps. Les parties du corps. P is silent here. It's not les parties du corps. It's les parties du corps. Okay? Let's go.
La tête. Le cou.
Well, I haven't translated it again into English, but you see pictures here. Guess what is it? If you
L'épaule.
if you doubt, you will have just to check them in dictionary. All right. So the first one is la tête, le cou, l'épaule,
Le dos.
le dos,
Un bras.
un bras,
Une main.
une main,
Le ventre.
le ventre,
Une jambe.
une jambe,
Un genou.
un genou,
Un pied.
un pied,
Un talon.
un talon,
Le visage.
le visage,
Les cheveux.
les cheveux,
L'œil. Les yeux.
l'œil, in case if it's one eye, les yeux, in case if both,
Un sourcil.
un sourcil,
Les cils.
les cils,
Le front.
le front,
L'oreille.
l'oreille,
Le nez.
le nez,
La joue.
la joue,
La bouche.
la bouche,
La lèvre.
la langue, la lèvre,
La dent.
la dent.
Avoir mal.
So now let's make it a little bit interesting, right? Let's learn how to say to have pain in French. So we know already to have in French how avoir, to have mal, pain, or it can be translated as well as bad, right? So we'll have to learn right now the conjugation of the verb avoir in present simple. Keep in mind that it is an irregular verb, that's why it's quite strange conjugated, alright? Let's go. J'ai, tu as, il a, nous avons, vous avez, ils, elles ont. Here there is a lead. Again. J'ai, tu as, il a, nous avons, vous avez, ils or elles ont. Here is the verb avoir, to have, conjugated in present simple. So to say, if you have pain somewhere, you say, for example, j'ai, which is translated literally as I have. Again, plus mal, pain, plus here we go with articles. Oh, so many of them, right? You think so many of them, right? Want to use this one, want to use this one. You're asking yourself, you're a little bit confused. Don't worry, it's easy, it's not that hard to understand. The first one is au, à la, al, au.
Il a mal au dos.
So au stands for masculine nouns. Au. For example, il a mal au dos. Alright? Do here is masculine, so O. Il a mal au dos.
Il a mal à la tête.
Allah, it's for feminine, right? For example, il a mal à la tête. À la tête. Tête is feminine noun. That's why Allah.
Elle a mal à l'épaule.
Al, in case if the next word starts with a vowel. For example, elle a mal à l'épaule. So here, épaule, for example, starts with a vowel. That's why we put apostrophe. À l'épaule.
Il a mal aux dents.
O is for plural, both of feminine and masculine. Il a mal aux dents, for example. Dents here is masculine, so that's why O with X. Hey yo, hello guys, how are you doing? Today we are going to learn how to conjugate verbs in present simple. Keep in mind that verbs are the first group, which means verbs that end with ER. Okay? For example, chanter. Chanter, to sing. Okay? Let's go. So it's very easy. It's very easy. Put that in your mind. It's very easy. Okay? We take the racine, for example, like parler. Okay? Let's have this. This is a verb of the first group, parler, which infinitive ending is ER. All what we have to do is to remove the ER, as I have already said, and put these endings to the stem. And we have je parle, tu parles, il parle, nous parlons, vous parlez, il parle. Keep in mind that ENT is always not pronounced. Okay? Next. Let's do the same for chanter, aimer, and danser. Chanter to sing, aimer to like, danser to dance. Je chante, tu chantes, il chante, nous chantons, vous chantez, il chante. J'aime, tu aimes, il aime, nous aimons, vous aimez, ils aiment. Je danse, tu danses, il danse, nous dansons, vous dansez, il danse.
Faites la même chose avec ces verbes.
Again, the same for donner, habiter, et regarder. To give, to live, and to watch.
Tu donnes.
Je donne, tu donnes, il donne, nous donnons, vous donnez, il donne.
Nous donnons.
J'habite, tu habites, il habite, nous habitons, vous habitez,
Donne.
ils habitent. Je regarde, tu regardes, il regarde, nous regardons, vous regardez, il regarde.
Regardez
Now see these phrases. Then
quelques phrases avec d'autres verbes.
here are some phrases with some sentences with ER endings.
Votre invitation.
For example, j'accepte votre invitation.
Bavarde
Tu
avec
bavardes
la voisine.
avec la voisine. Olivier cherche son chien.
Olivier cherche
Cathy déjeune
son
avec sa
chien.
mère. Nous étudions le français.
Cathy
Vous lavez les
déjeune
vêtements.
avec sa
Ils
mère.
portent le même pantalon. Elle travaille. Now let's see
La
how
négative
negative
s'écrit
form
avec ne et
is formed.
Regardez.
So as I have
Ne
already told you that
pas.
for negative form we need ne and pas, which ne is put before the verb
Elle
and pas
ne
after the verb.
parle pas.
Je ne parle pas, tu ne parles pas, il ne parle pas, nous ne parlons pas, vous ne parlez pas, il ne
Vous
parle pas.
ne parlez
As a homework, you can do the same for the
Il,
last
elle
verbs that we have
parle
seen
pas.
together. Other examples. Je n'accepte pas d'excuses. Tu n'achètes pas de croissants. Mon frère ne gagne pas d'argent, beaucoup d'argent. Lucie ne travaille pas à Paris. Nous ne visitons pas la vieille ville. Vous ne dessinez pas très bien. Les enfants n'aiment pas l'école. Alma et Corinne n'oublient jamais mon anniversaire. Welcome back to the second part of the present simple tense and how to conjugate it. This time we are going to see together the second group which endings is er. Keep in mind that most of these verbs are irregular, which means you will need to learn them by heart. Let's go. Here are some examples. Ouvrir, partir, sentir. Okay? To open, to go, to feel. J'ouvre, tu ouvres, il ouvre, nous ouvrons, vous ouvrez, ils ouvrent. There is always a lesion between S and a vowel. Je pars, tu pars, il part, nous partons, vous partez, ils partent. Je sens, tu sens, ils sont, nous sentons, vous sentez, ils sont. Again, to form or to conjugate verbs in present in French, the second group. We know already that the ending of it is er, so we will have to remove it and replace it with the ending of the present simple of the second group. The endings are e, es, ons, ez, ent. Write down that in your copybook right now. The second form of it is s, t, ons, ez, ont. Okay?
Encore quelques exemples.
Other examples. Sortir, courir, dormir.
Courir,
To get, to go out,
dormir,
courir. To run, dormir, to sleep.
sort,
Je sors, tu sors,
sort,
il sort, nous sortons, vous sortez, ils sortent. Je cours,
nous
tu
sortons,
cours, il court,
vous sortez,
nous courons, vous courez, il court.
sort,
Je dors, tu dors, il dort, nous dormons,
corps,
vous dormez, ils dorment.
tu cours,
Nous partons à 10 heures. Emma ouvre la porte.
sort,
Vous cueillez des fleurs. Je sors ce soir. L'eau bout à 100 degrés. Les jumelles offrent des fleurs à leur mère. Les fleurs sont bonnes.
fleurs,
Nous ouvrons une bonne bouteille pour notre anniversaire.
fleurs,
Il monte à la police.
à la police.
Je sens les bonnes odeurs de la cuisine. J'offre des chocolats à ma copine.
De la cuisine.
Elle couvre le bébé avec ma couverture. Le bébé dort paisiblement.
J'offre
Nous fouillons la foule sur la côte. Nous servons le meilleur steak ici. Il meurt de faim.
couvre le bébé
Vous sortez
avec
souvent en
la
ce moment.
couverture.
Tu dors dans la chambre de Sophie.
Fondre,
Sorry,
descendre,
you eating?
entendre,
Throw your hamburger right now. Okay, concentrate with me. I know it's boring. This is the third time that we have in present. Oh my gosh.
tombe,
But it's okay, this is the last one. I swear. No, I won't swear. Okay, let's have present simple, the third group.
quel
Okay, do you remember the third group? Which endings is RE, right? Or OER. Right now we are having some example of verbs that are which endings, sorry, are RE. For example, vendre, défendre, entendre, perdre, répondre, attendre, descendre, mordre, prétendre, tendre. You will have to translate them. Okay, Cocky? Go translate them and come back. What a bad teacher I am. Let's go.
quelques exemples
Here are some examples
avec
of
les
verbs
vendre, attendre,
which endings is RE.
descendre.
How
Je vends,
are they conjugated in present simple in French? Je vends.
il
So as you remember,
vend,
we remove the ending of infinitive, which is RE, and we add the endings
elle
present simple
vend.
of the third group, right?
Le verbe attendre. J'attends,
Je vends,
Tu attends.
tu vends, il vend,
Il,
nous vendons,
elle,
vous
attend.
vendez, ils vendent.
Nous
J'attends.
attendons.
Tu attends,
Vous attendez.
il attend,
Il,
nous attendons,
elle, attend.
vous attendez, ils attendent.
Descendre.
Je descends,
Descend.
tu descends,
Tu
il descend,
descends.
nous descendons,
Il,
vous
elle,
descendez,
descend.
ils descendent.
Nous descendons.
You remember the first ones
Nous descendons.
were kind of
Il,
T here, right?
elle,
On the third part.
descend.
The verbs which ending is dre, a third group. Well, we don't change it here. We just remove this, the ending in infinitive, and it says like that.
D'autres exemples.
J'entends, tu entends, il entend, nous entendons,
Entendre,
vous entendez, ils
perdre,
entendent. Je
répondre.
perds, tu perds, il perd, nous perdons,
Entendre.
vous perdez, ils perdent.
Temps.
Je réponds, tu réponds, il répond,
Temps.
nous répondons, vous répondez, ils
Elle
répondent.
entend. Quelques phrases avec ces
Here are some
verbes.
phrases with
Je vends ma
some of
voiture.
the verbs conjugated in third, conjugated, sorry, in present
Devant
simple.
le feu de cheminée. Elle descend l'escalier.
Je vends
Il
ma
vend
voiture.
du poisson.
Nous nous détendons devant le feu de cheminée. Elle descend
Il
l'escalier.
entend le bébé
Il
pleurer.
vend du poisson sur le marché. Tu y attends le
Perdez
bus.
souvent vos
Il
clés.
entend le bébé pleurer. Vous perdez
Le
souvent vos
chien
clés.
mord l'enfant.
Le chemin mord l'enfant.
Nous
Ah, sorry.
rendons nos livres
Le
à
chien
la bibliothèque.
mord l'enfant.
Vous répondez.
Nous rendons le livre à la bibliothèque.
Quelques verbes en ER sont irréguliers.
Keep in mind that some verbs are irregular. For
Apprendre.
example, prendre, apprendre, comprendre, entreprendre, surprendre. And the conjugation of them is quite different.
Voici
So
la
let's see. Je
conjugaison
prends,
de
tu
trois
prends, il prend,
Prendre.
nous prenons. You see here we remove it, for example, the D. Here too, vous prenez,
Le verbe
ils prennent.
prendre.
So for
Je
the three,
prends. Tu prends. Il, elle.
so for these three, we remove it, the
Nous
D.
prenons.
J'apprends, tu apprends, il apprend,
Prenez.
nous apprenons, vous apprenez, ils apprennent. The same here. Je comprends, tu comprends, il comprend, nous comprenons,
Prendre.
vous comprenez, ils comprennent.
J'apprends.
The same here and here.
Tu apprends.
Right? Remember that. Here are some phrases with irregular verbs, conjugated in present simple. Je prends des photos.
Prends des
Ils
photos.
comprennent très bien. Nous prenons de longues vacances.
Ils
Elle
comprennent
comprend
très
l'anglais
bien.
mais pas le russe. Tu apprends le français.
Nous prenons
Vous
de
prenez le
longues
bus
vacances.
tous les jours. Il surprend tout le monde. Elles prennent une autre direction.
Elle
Nous
comprend
prenons le
l'anglais,
petit déjeuner
mais
à
pas le
8h30.
russe.
Tu comprends tout. Hello again. In this class we are going to see how to say weather in French, right? How to say how is the weather and to answer, okay? Usually to ask how is the weather, we ask this question. Quel temps fit-il? Sorry, I need this thing. Quel temps fit-il? How is the weather? This is expression for asking about the weather, right? Discussing the weather is a great conversation starter and is done with everyone in France. But after you greet them, alright? Don't forget to say, for example, bonjour, hi, then ask them about weather. It's okay. When you don't have things to say, in France, for example, we have such ritual. If you are with friends and you don't know what to say, what to speak, you ask him about the weather. How is the weather? Like you are not there with them, enjoying. No. So don't ask before saying hi. It's not, it doesn't mean that it's a conversation starter and say, how is the weather before saying hi. Okay, that's not formal anyway. Let's see. Here, for example, we have 4 answers. Il y a des averses. Il fait beau. Il fait chaud. Il fait froid. Don't panic. We are going to see the translation of these sentences. Okay. Here we have l'été. L'été. Okay. What does it mean, l'été? Summer. Right. Which is in juin. Repeat after me, please. Juin, juillet, out. Okay. Sorry, it's not out. What is that? I'm mixing between English and French. Put them. I'm mixing everything. Okay. Août. Alright. It's hard to switch from English to French. It's funny. Don't laugh at me. Okay. I'm making mistakes. By making mistakes, you're gonna learn more. En été, in summer, which is translated as in summer. En été, this means in summer, right? Il fait chaud. Oh, that's right, we are in summer and I'm suffering. So hot, okay? Il fait du soleil. Oh, it's sunny, okay? En été, il fait beau. Il fait beau, alright? Il fait du vent. Il fait beau, it means it's good. It's a good weather, okay? Il fait du vent. It's windy, alright? But if you don't know words, you will have to check them in dictionary. I repeat that. If you don't know words, take your dictionary and check them. L'automne. L'automne. L'automne is in September, October, and November. In France, Septembre, Octobre, November. So, have you guessed what season is that? No? I won't tell you anyway. En automne, il est nuageux. Il est nuageux. You understand what does it mean? Okay, I have translated the first part. The second part, you will do it by yourself. Il fait du vent. Il fait du vent. You remember this? Nuage means cloud. Il fait du vent means it's windy, right? L'hiver. L'hiver. L'hiver est en décembre, janvier, février. Okay? En hiver, in winter, il neige. Il fait froid. Le printemps. Le printemps. Mars, avril, mai. Au printemps, il pleut. Il pleut. Il y a des éclairs. Il y a des éclairs. There is a lesion between them. Il y a, it is translated as there is. Okay? Et de tonnerre. Translate them, B-boy. Even if I gave you the picture, if you don't understand them, it means sure you will have to check your dictionary so to remember them. Noun. Let's learn about nouns, some of the nouns. Une canicule. Do you know what does it mean? Une canicule. You don't know what does it mean? It's let me describe you. Let me try to describe you and guess the word. It's one hell on earth. Haha, I'm a genius. I explain very well. Got you? Un nuage. Un nuage. La pluie. La pluie. La neige. La neige. Une averse. Une averse. Le vent. Le vent. Hey, I can hear you. Don't say, oh my God, again grammar. Or if you are an atheist, don't say, oh my nothing, again grammar. Okay? It's easy. Take it easy, B-boy. Let's go. We are going to learn about le passé composé. So what is it? It's to be able to form, this is our objective today, to be able to form the perfect tense using the verbs avoir and être. And it can be compared, this tense can be compared to present perfect in English, okay? Let's go. The perfect tense, le passé composé. Most verbs, taking consideration, form the perfect tense with part of avoir, which means we use so many verbs with avoir, plus a past participle, okay? It's easy, right? Right now it's easy. What? You don't understand? You don't know how to form a past participle? We are going to see it, don't worry. Most verbs are regular, meaning they follow the usual pattern. However, a small number are irregular, okay? As I have said already, there are always exceptions, and they will be always, okay? There are 60 verbs in the perfect tense which use être instead of avoir. And take this note, please. It's important to remember that with être verbs, the past participle has to agree with the subject, okay? You write that down, to agree with the subject. This is for the verbs with être. You need to add an E for feminine things and an S for plural. Well, this is the general rule. Now, let's remember you how to conjugate the avoir in present simple, okay? J'ai, tu as, on a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont. On here, it is used in France to replace both of il and elle, alright? We usually in France say on, we replace it with il or elle, so we say in general on, that's it. Plus the past participle. Now the past participle is quite easy to be formed. For example, for the first group, we have just to remove the ending of the infinitive form and we replace it with e, right? For er, the second group, we replace it with e. And the re, we replace it with e. Let's give an example. Écouter, to listen. We remove the r, we replace it with e. And that's it. For choisir, for example, second group, we delete or remove the er and replace it with e. That's it. For rendre, for example, we replace the re with e. Alright? But keep in your mind that there are always irregular perfect tense. For example, boire, it becomes bu. You see, this is its past participle. Faire, fait. See? Lire, lu. You see? Prendre, pris. Right? Voir, vu. Okay? Now for irregular verbs, unfortunately there is no fixed rule, so we will have to learn the verbs, alright? Let me recap everything. So to form the passé composé, okay, this perfect tense, you will need avoir or être conjugated in present plus past participle, and we will now know when we use it. Here is an exercise, a homework that you should do. Here we have already given the past participles. All you have is to conjugate, to put them into these phrases. So for example, acheter, what should it be? J'ai acheté, je sais pas, somewhere, okay? You will have to translate these sentences, translate the words to understand and put. And do the second exercise as well, following this example. For example, manger une pizza, il a mangé une pizza, right? To conjugate the verbs between brackets, okay? It's easy. Come on, do it. Now, let's see when to use être to be. So as I have already said that there are some verbs which are conjugated with avoir and some of them with être. Most of the time with être is conjugated the verbs of movements, we say in French. Verbs of movements which means to move, some, so to say. For example, we use Dr. and Mr. Van der Trump. So to be easy for us to learn these words like devenir, retourner, mourir, rentrer, sortir, venir, arriver, naître, descendre, entrer, revenir, tomber, rester, aller, monter, partir. So all these words, all these verbs, are conjugated with être. C'est and the past participle of them. So most of these verbs are irregular, so the past participle definitely will change. In this case, for example, devenir, devenu, it's not irregular. Revenir, revenu. Monter, rentrer, sorti, venu, arriver, né, descendu, entrer, retourner, tomber, rester, aller, mort, partir. Okay? Now you have to conjugate the following verbs into the perfect tense. All of them follow être. So you don't have to worry être or avoir for right now. Check whether they are masculine, feminine, as well as singular or plural. And let's see. Copy the sentences again, choosing the correct verb in red, then translate the sentences. Samedi matin, j'ai or je suis allé en ville. So you will have to do this exercise. You will have to choose between avoir or être. Remember, I already give you the verbs which are conjugated with être, so it's easy for you. That way you will learn these verbs, I believe. Okay? He, French guy, French guy. What do you usually wear? Hello, I wear chemise and pantalon and some sort of claquette. Alright guys, I guess you guessed what this class is about. We are going to have, or to learn, more vocabulary about clothes this time. Let's go. So, we set objective. I personally set an objective to learn 6, 8 or 10 words after this presentation. It's up to you. You will have to select how many words you want to learn. I personally, for example, I would say 10 words. Come on, this is a challenge. So, here are 5 questions. Un jean en anglais, how to say jean en anglais? I want en français, a t-shirt en français. If I can understand main points from a text with familiar, what level is that? You may ask this question. How many words for clothes do you know in French? Right? If none, then you are at the right place at the right moment. You will know by the end of this video some kind of 10 or 8 depending on what you expect. So challenge. I know that we didn't already have colors, but I believe that in the last presentations there were some colors. So to know if you are translating or doing your homeworks, I made a little challenge for you. Can you include what color the item of clothing is? Can you remember, for example, the color agreements? Example here we have une jupe blanche here, feminine, so we add e. Well, if you remember, let a comment. I don't know where, but just let a comment somewhere, wherever you want. I don't know. Je porte. Je porte means I wear. I wear. Un pantalon. Un pantalon, right? Je porte un nom. Oh. Je porte un maillot de foot. Un maillot de foot. Je porte un pull. Je porte un pull. Je porte un t-shirt. Je porte un t-shirt. Je porte une chemise. Alright? You see here? Une chemise. Une chemise. Not chemise. Une chemise. Alright? I get nervous when people say chemise. What? Chemise, bro. Chemise. Je porte une jupe. Je porte une jupe. Je porte une robe. Je porte une robe. Je porte une veste. Je porte une veste. Je porte des chaussures. Je porte des chaussures. Je porte des baskets. Je porte des baskets. Do you remember any of these? If no, I want to say come back next time and rewatch this video again, learn them, and when you learn them, let's go next. Je porte what? If you can answer one of these, then at least you know one word right now. If you can answer what Justin Bieber is wearing, then at least you are better than I expected, right? If you say what she's wearing, then you're good. Again, if you say that what she's wearing, then you are perfect. If you are doing well till here, then you are excellent, bro or sister. Yeah, by the way, feminists, don't get mad please if I say if I don't say sister a lot of times. Okay, I say bros. I know in America it doesn't matter, but in some countries maybe, oh, strange, right? Okay, let's go. Je porte un pantalon noir here with some colors. We added some adjectives like noir. Do you know what color is? Black, okay? Un maillot de foot rouge et bleu. Rouge et bleu. Okay? Un pull bleu et blanc. Bleu et blanc. Un jean bleu. And this is not an E, I'm sorry. This is not I, this is G, alright? Un jean bleu, right? Un t-shirt bleu. Je porte un t-shirt bleu. Again, je porte not une chemise, but une chemise noire, blanche et violette. Right? Je porte une jupe violette. Une robe bleue. Une veste noire. Des chaussures noires. Des baskets roses et blanches. Now, how to tell, what do you think about, I don't know, some clues? Are they good? No. How to say it, how to compliment somebody. You can say, for example, phew, c'est moche. Oh, that's how, guess the word. You see, here, guess the word. It's in English. I gave a translation, but quite, tricky, right? Démodé. What do you think it is? Here is in English. It is not dlo and sahud. There is no such word in English, okay? It's not in order. Put it in order. The letters are here dancing, okay? Nul. Rbih sub. It's not rbih sub, alright? It's something else. Cool. I guess it's the same in English. Joli. Okay, let's see the translations into English. Moche, ugly, right? Démodé, old-fashioned. Nul, rubbish. Cool, it's cool, same. Joli, okay, pretty, alright? Now, let's see how to say or how to express your opinion regarding somebody's, I don't know, kind of compliment or describing or whatever you want. Like we say, à mon avis, is I think, franchement, je pense que. All of them are translated as I think, alright? Cette chemise est. This is a verb. Être in present, if you remember it. Est. So to describe something, we use it usually. Alright? Not usually, always. Practically. Right? Ces chaussures sont. Sorry. So you can say, for example, je pense que, I think. Alright? Cette chemise, right, est. Cette chemise est moche, and we add the adjectives that we already know. We have just learned them. Cette chemise est moche. Okay? Ce pantalon est démodé. Ces chaussures sont nulles. À mon avis, cette robe rouge est jolie. Okay? À mon avis, cette robe rouge est jolie. Je pense que ce t-shirt blanc est cool et cette veste noire est jolie. Right? Now you will have to copy the vocabulary. Je pense que, franchement, à mon avis, plus ce, cette, si, which is translated in English like this, alright? Or these, in this case, these in plural, okay? Ce, it is used for masculine. It's clear, I guess, right now. Set is used for feminine, and this one in plural for both. Okay? Plus pantalon, etc. Vest or basket. Basket, sorry, etc. Plus the verbs. So here the main point is to describe how to describe, right? Plus verbs like e or sont. Sont in case if we are talking about plural things like baskets, alright? Pantalon and vest is e. Okay? And here are some of the adjectives that we just learned. Moche, démodé, nul, cool, joli. I guess you can right now describe your friend's t-shirt. Come on, let's go. Go to your mom. Tell her, je pense que cette chemise, your, I don't know, whatever you want to describe, est moche, for example, okay? Don't put her angry, okay? Hi. I'm quite angry because I see you are not making any progress. Huh? You are not revising your lessons, and you think by just sitting, watching me here speaking some of not interesting things that you will maybe somehow understand and speak French normally. No, if you're still not understanding how to describe, revise your lessons, bro or sister. Okay, today we are going to see common adjectives to describe a house. I believe that you know which verb to use and how to say, for example, I think, how to describe in general, but we will learn more common adjectives that we use to describe a house. Here are some of them. We already had almost 70% of them, okay? Moche, grande, petite, okay? Confortable, belle, ancien, nouvelle, moderne, intéressante, okay? You will have to match them, to match all the verbs between them, following French adjectives to the English, alright? You have 5 minutes to do that. Go, pause the video and now translate, do. Let's learn. Moche, moche, translated ugly. Grande, big. Petite, small. Confortable, comfortable. Belle, beautiful. Ancienne, old. Nouvelle, new. Moderne, modern. Intéressante, interesting. Do Americans say interesting or interesting? I have to check that. Like internet, internet. Why to write the T? You are still like, I don't know, angry about French language. and you think English is better, but you too have some of strange things that are happening, okay, in your grammar especially, not in grammar, in pronunciation especially. All right, we have the same. That's okay. Step by step you're gonna learn, I'm sure. Anyway, if you are watching till now my videos, right? So now let's see, what type of house do you like? Let's look at some pictures. Maison numéro 1. House number 1. Maison, it's house, and it's feminine. La maison or une maison. Okay? La is the article the, and une is a. Right? Number 1. Number 2. Maison numéro 3. Maison numéro 4. Maison numéro 5. So now have a think about your house using the street provided right for, sorry, not streets, what I'm talking about, using the sheet provided, not sheet, that sheet, no, I'm not insulting anybody, okay? If I have a problem with my accent, don't laugh, ignore it, just ignore it, alright? Write 4 sentences about your house describing what is it like, what is it not like, one reason why you like it, and one why you don't like it, right? And I believe that you can do it because we already had how to describe. So if not, check the last lessons, please. Let me tell you something. If you don't know directions and you are in an airport in France and you ask some French people how to get to, let's say, Eiffel Tower, the French guy will explain, and you will think that you understood everything. You get your paper, you write the directions, then the next day you will wake up in another city. Alright? That's why we have to take in serious this lesson, learn the words, repeat them, and especially check your pronunciation with me, okay? So now what we are going to learn is what you will learn, is that you will be able to understand directions in French, and you will memorize signs and directions, hopefully, alright? Go. Le carrefour. Now some of the words won't be translated, a picture will be given. If you still don't understand them, just check your dictionary, please, okay? Yeah, I know, I'm a bad teacher, I'm angry. Go check your dictionary, I'm talking to you. Okay, you prefer my French accent? Do you prefer a little bit of, how to say, my French accent? Because I can, for example, right now. Okay, I understand you. You want me to make French accent during this class. Okay, I get you. Le carrefour. The crossroad. Le carrefour. This is French accent, okay? Don't laugh. The crossroad. Okay? Les feux. Oops. How is it called? How is it in English? I forgot translation. I have to check my English dictionary. Tournez à droite. Tournez à droite. Turn right. Tournez à gauche. Or we can say prenez à gauche. Turn left. Au bout, tournez à gauche. It means continue, then turn left. Continue means till the end of the street. Tournez à gauche. Continue. Allez tout droit. Okay? Go straight. Go straight, sorry. Au bout. Au bout. Tournez à droite. Vous arrivez au rond-point. Vous arrivez au rond-point. Okay? You will get to, what is this called? Check your dictionary. Rond-point. Passer. Traverser le pont. Le pont. It is this thing over here. Do you understand the picture? If not, translate. Come on. Faites demi-tour. Faites demi-tour. Faites demi-tour. Faites demi-tour. Turn round. This French action. Le passage piéton. Attention. Tournez à droite ou à gauche. C'est à gauche. You see here is kind of a relation between these ones. I keep repeating it because I believe this way you're gonna learn it by heart. C'est à gauche. Arrêtez. Arrêtez. It's hard to guess, right? La place. La place. Le commissariat de police. La gendarmerie. Well, in France they say just le commissariat, and that's it. And here is how we ask where to go. For example, if you are seeking for, I don't know, police station, let's say, you say, c'est où le commissariat de police, s'il vous plaît? Okay? You must add s'il vous plaît, which means please, in formal way. Okay? Don't say c'est où le commissariat de police, like you are speaking with your friend, and the French are angry people. So they will get mad and they will show you the way to, I don't know, to cemetery. C'est à côté de la pharmacie. It's beside drugstore. How you say it, drugstore or pharmacy? Prenez la première rue à gauche, traversez la place, c'est à droite. Ce n'est pas loin. Okay, translate. Prenez, we have already had it. La première, the first. Street, to your left. Then translate. If you understand this one, it means you already have translated everything and you understand it. Alright? Pardon, monsieur. Est-ce que la pharmacie est loin d'ici? Excuse me, sir. Is the pharmacy or the drugstore far from here? Non, c'est près d'ici. No, it's just here. Means not far. Pour aller à la pharmacie, to go to the drugstore, allez tout droit, go straight, then turn left, puis tournez à gauche, au feu. La pharmacie est en face de la boulangerie. Okay, check it. I won't translate everything, just 50-70%. The rest is for you to do. Okay? If you are paying, it doesn't mean I will tell you everything. You will have to do it by yourself sometimes to learn them. So here Michael is on holidays in France. He got some directions to go to the bank, but en français, sorry for the E here added. Help him find his way by translating for him. Here, pour aller à la banque, vous êtes ici. Allez tout droit, puis prenez la deuxième rue à droite, traversez la place et prenez la première à gauche. La banque est entre la poste et le marché. You will have to translate this little text. How to ask and give directions in French. Well, your level will be good if you can ask for directions accurately in French. Very good if you can understand directions in French, and super if you can give clear directions in French. Here, not supper, it's something else in English. Excellent. Right? See the 4 sentences. Pardon, monsieur, pour aller au supermarché, s'il vous plaît. Usually we ask this way to ask for directions. For example, if you want to go to the Eiffel Tower, pardon, monsieur, you say, pardon, mister, or excuse me, sir. Pour aller, to go to, it's translated like that. To go to, supermarket, for example, in this example. Please, you see here, please is everywhere, okay? In order to get the right answers, you will have to say, please. Pardon, monsieur. Pour aller à la gare, s'il vous plaît. Pardon, monsieur. Pour aller à l'église, s'il vous plaît. Pardon, monsieur. Pour aller au magasin, s'il vous plaît. Let's work on O, à la, al, o. quand tu utilises ton O. When we use O. À la, al, O. Here are the articles to show directions. Alright? Don't panic, we are going to see them. So O is for masculine singular, right? It's easy. If the next noun is in masculine singular, means you put O. Feminine singular for Allah, al. If it is forwarded by a vowel, means it's for feminine. If the next word is starts with a vowel, then we remove the a and put apostrophe. O, it's for plural, both of masculine and feminine nouns, right? Let's see. Excusez-moi, monsieur, madame, mademoiselle, depends. Pour aller, to go, in order to go to. Here the answers, but try please to answer them, right? You will have to pause the video and come back after you finish and check them together, okay? Au supermarché, because supermarché is masculine, that's why we put au. Au musée, because musée, as you see, we add the s, which means in plural, so we put au with x at the end. À la confiserie, une confiserie, which is feminine, that's why à la. À l'épicerie, again, it's feminine, but it starts with a vowel, that's why we remove the a and add apostrophe. À la boucherie, okay, it's feminine, that's why à la. Au collège, because collège is a masculine, that's why au. And again, don't forget s'il vous plaît, please. In case of informal, s'il te plaît. But it's not recommended to say, to ask somebody, for example, you have never seen, you tell him s'il te plaît. It's quite impolite, right? They will be angry and show you, I don't know. If you were asking the way to supermarket, they will show you the way to, I don't know, to the museum. Ali tout droit, go straight. Continue tout droit. We can say aller tout droit or continue tout droit. Means the same, go straight. Tourner à gauche, turn left. Tourner à droite, turn right. Okay? Et puis, et or puis. Et, it means and, not the end, and with a. Puis, which means then. Prenez la première rue, take the first street. Prenez la deuxième rue, take the second street. Prenez la troisième rue, take the third street. À gauche, to the left. À droite, to the right. Et voilà, which means that's it. Okay? Now here is a recap of what we had and what you should learn. Excusez-moi, monsieur, madame, mademoiselle. Pour aller, s'il vous plaît, at the end. Continue tout droit, this is the answers. Aller tout droit. Tournez à gauche. Tournez à droite. Prenez la première rue à gauche, la deuxième, la troisième, till the last. So let's see here. Let's read and understand where this guy would like to go. Pour aller au cinéma, let us show the way. This guy wanna go to the cinema, right? And here is the answer of somebody. Continue tout droit. Do you remember what does it mean, continue tout droit? Right? Go straight. Okay, I'm going straight. Yeah, I'm going. Yeah. And then what? Et puis, prenez la troisième rue à droite. Then take the third street at the what? At the right, right. So the first, the second street, and the third one. Right, let's go. Continue to droit. Go straight to the third street. Turn right. Okay. C'est à gauche. Oops. Then it's at the left side of the street, of the third street means. Here it is, I guess, right? Let's check. Yeah, right. Then let's show this guy the way to the supermarket, right? Pour aller au supermarché, prenez la première rue, take the first street, à droite, at the left, at the right, sorry, at the right. Droite, right. The first street at the right. So I believe is this one. What do you believe? Et puis continue to droite, then go straight. C'est à gauche. It's at the left side. I believe it's here. Well, it can be also here. Well, let's check. Ah, go straight. Right, it's here. Right. So you can do the same with your friend, or I don't know, you can do it with your own self. Just ask how, for example, yourself to go to the supermarket, then answer yourself to yourself how to get there. So you will have to practice more and more. To be or not to be, to be or not to be, that's why we are going to see. Today we're having again grammar. Right, let's go and see how to conjugate the verb être in French. Right? Now let's recap some of the, not some of them, but all of them, the pronouns. Okay? Je, tu, il, elle, on, nous, vous, il, elle. Now, let's see how is the verb être conjugated. Keep in mind that the verb être is a regular verb and it's very important to know, okay? Je suis, tu y, il est, elle est, on est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. When do we usually use to be? We use it to describe a person. For example, we say il est athlétique. Il est sportif. Okay? Il est courageux. Il est amical. Elle est drôle. Il est travailleur. Il est intéressant. Elle est intéressante. Il est gentil. Elle est sympathique. Or we can say just sympa. Il est ouvert. Il est patient. Elle est intelligente. Okay? We use them with all sorts of adjectives, like colors too, when you describe. For example, here are some colors. Noir, bleu, brun, gris, vert, orange. Again, noir, bleu, brun, gris, vert, orange. We have here some of the qualities that you will have to learn, some of the words, more vocabulary every time. Okay? Grand, repeat after me. Grand, long, court, petit. Haut, mince, mince, large, mauvais, difficile, facile, rapide, bon, nouveau, brillant, calme, vieux, long, faible, jeune. When we talk about nationalities, right? Let's say when we say, for example, je suis africain, I'm an African, all right? I'm from Africa, it means. When we talk about nationalities, countries, okay, we use the verb être again. It's always description, right? Here are some of countries, continents, nationalities, right? Africain, asiatique, australien, canadien, chinois, anglais, français, allemand, italien, mexicain, espagnol, American. Keep in your mind that nationalities will be divided into masculine and feminine, and you will have to be sure that they agree with the subject. Means if they are masculine we say un français, if feminine we say une française. And another example, un élève français, une élève française, right? Now, don't say that I won't have to ask about time, I will take my phone and check it by myself. Keep in your mind, genius one, that you will always need to ask at what time you want to meet your friend, for example, alright? What time you should take an appointment. So that's why telling time, again, it's important, alright? To ask what time is it in French is quelle heure est-il? Quelle heure est-il? Alright? So to tell time in French, use the subject il, the verb I, then the number, and then heure. For example, 1 o'clock, it will be il est une heure, right? L'heure, hour. Heure is always used in telling time, right? The word heure is feminine. Use une instead of n for one, right? When the time is on the hour, you will follow this example. For example, it's 2 o'clock. You will say il est 2 heures. All right? Again, it always agrees with the subject. Here we have deux, which is in plural. That's why we add s. Notice the s because you are talking about more than 1 hour, right? 3 o'clock. Il est 3 heures. Based on this pattern, write the following times, b-boy. 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock. We already have had some of numbers, I believe, right? If you forgot them, just check. Go back to the last lesson of about numbers. Learn the numbers and come back. Midi et minuit. In English, we use expressions for 12 p.m. and 12 a.m. 12 p.m. is noon, 12 a.m. midnight. In French, they also have expressions for noon and midnight. Noon, midi. Midnight, minuit. For example, it's midnight. Il est minuit. 12 hours vs 24 hours. In France, many people use the 24-hour clock instead of the 12-hour. Example, 1 p.m. will be 13. 11, 23. Il est 14 heures. Right? Write what the following times would be in French. 4 p.m., 9 p.m., 7 p.m., 11 p.m. Here we have extra vocabulary. When not using the 24-hour clock, the vocabulary below can be used to determine morning or evening. Du matin, morning. De l'après-midi, afternoon. De soir, evening. Example, il est 2 heures de l'après-midi. Right? It's 2 p.m. Write the following using the vocabulary we have learned. It's 1 a.m. It's 6 p.m. Go. Based on the following pictures, write what time is it in French. 7 o'clock p.m., 8 o'clock a.m., 11 o'clock p.m. Don't continue if you don't do this exercise, right? Every time just pause the video, do them, and come back. Continue. Telling time past the hour. When talking about time past the hour, just add the minutes number after heure. Example, 1:10. Il est 1h10. 3:26. Il est 3h26. If you want to specify morning, afternoon, evening, etc., il est 1h10 du matin. Now notice that the time of day vocabulary expression comes after the minutes. 15 and 30. 15 and 30 past the hour have special expressions. For example, 15 after écart, 13 after et demi. Example, il est 1h15. Il est 2h30. Et demi means half, right? Now, to practice a little bit, just write what time is it in French. Okay, pause the video again. Now, telling time after 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, past the hour. In French, you go to the next hour and subtract the minutes. Example, il est 11h moins, moins, which is translated as minus, 20, moins 20. Practice writing the following times. Example, il est 14h moins 10. You write 6:35, come on. Il est 13h moins 5. You write 9:59. I was about to say 50 cents. You know, the rap game. 45 minutes after hour. Just like 15 after, 45 minutes also has a special expression. Il est 11h moins le quart. Don't forget the article, please. Moins le quart, right? Whenever it is 45 minutes after the hour, use this expression. Write the following times in your notes: 2:45, 6:45. Now you will have to write them in letters, right? Not in this way. Don't be kind of genius, okay? Crack. Write the following times into French. Come on, pause the video. Now let's see how to ask about classes. To ask what time someone has a class by, à quelle heure tu y as, at what time do you have, fill in the blank with school subject, vocabulary of your choice. Tu y as quel cours à, what class do you have at that time? Fill in the blank with the time of your choice. Come on, practice. To respond to the previous question, use the following. J'ai, which is the verb avoir, to have, in present simple. A, I have at. The first blank, this one, is a subject. The second blank is a time. Examples. À quelle heure tu y as le français? J'ai le français à 11h30. Hello, welcome back. We are going to learn right now how to conjugate the verb avoir in present simple. Remember that this verb is very important, as well as être, so that's why I insist, I repeat every time so you could remember. And here we have the subject pronouns. Hopefully you remember them. Je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, et elle. Well, you must conjugate verbs in order to speak without to say errors, and in order to understand what people say. So you must conjugate verbs. It's not like in English. Maybe even if you don't put to say tense in the right place, but people still can understand you. But it's not the case in the French language, alright? So here you see, I have, you have. You don't say, for example, I to have or you to have. That's it. Avoir. As I have already said, this is a very important verb and it is irregular. What does it mean to be an irregular verb? Well, I guess you know already the answer. An irregular verb is one that doesn't follow the normal rules of conjugation. And here is the conjugation of the verb. J'ai, tu as, il a, nous avons, lesion here, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont. Alright? Now, do you remember why we write it this way? You remember, right? Yeah, because the U is followed by a vowel. So we remove this one and we put apostrophe, right? Now, practice with me. Pause this video, please. Do this as an exercise. Hey bro, let's go to shop. You're suggesting to go to shop and you don't know French? Well, let's just try. Let's go to shop and, I don't know, to buy something. It's not necessary to know the language. Are you dumb? It's not necessary. How is that it's not necessary? You know that. It's very important to know the language before you go into shop. People are getting sick these days and they will sell you something that you won't want. Okay? If you are in such case with your friends, you are at the right place in the right moment. We are going to learn shopping conversations. Les conversations au magasin. So we put aim at the end of this video. Hopefully you will be able to take part in roleplay, speaking in French, and here are some success criteria. You can greet, respond, and say goodbye, and you can ask and answer questions, right? Well, when shopping in France, it's normal to spend time in conversation with the shopkeeper and other customers. This lesson introduces recaps on some of the phrases you would use when going shopping, okay? What greetings and responses do you already know? We already had classes about that, so pause the video, write them, try to remember, I don't know, try to practice them, okay? Well, here an example of greetings and responding. Bonjour madame, let's say this one asked. Ça va? Ça va? And this one answers. Bonjour mademoiselle. Bien. She can answer like très bien. Comme c'est comme ça. Ça ne va pas très bien. Which means bad actually. Or ça va mal. Merci. And usually you ask back, et toi? What about you? You answer again, bien, très bien, alright? Or you have the second variant of this question, comment allez-vous? This is more formal, vous, comment allez-vous? Okay? Again, très bien, or ça va mal, et vous, in case it's formal, more, when you ask back. Now you have to practice a conversation with your partner. If your partner doesn't know French, practice it with your own self, as I do always when I learn new languages. Yeah, I know, I may be a mad person, but believe me, it works. Asking for an item. Je voudrais un. In case if the item is masculine, je voudrais un. I would like to. Je voudrais une. In case if the item is feminine. And you here see practice conversation asking for these items. You know already that la is feminine when it starts with la. When it starts with le is masculine. So try to practice them. Here are the pictures. You don't need any translation. Lucky for you. For example, je voudrais une banane, right? Je voudrais un crayon. Je voudrais un crayon. Je voudrais une montre. Je voudrais une pomme. Je voudrais un chou-fleur. Okay? There are special rules to follow when saying some. If the word is masculine le, such as café, then the French for some is du. Okay? Je voudrais du café. Du café, some. Practice a conversation asking for these items. For example, je voudrais du lit. Je voudrais du fromage. Je voudrais du jus d'orange. Je voudrais du pain. And if the word is feminine, such as limonade, then the French for some is de la. Okay? De la. Je voudrais de la limonade. Je voudrais de la confiture. Je voudrais de la glace. Je voudrais de la crème. Je voudrais de la farine. If the word begins with a vowel, whether masculine or feminine, we already know that, such as ouf, then the French for some is de L with apostrophe. Je voudrais de l'œuf. Je voudrais de l'orange, de l'oignon, de l'aubergine. D'accord? D'accord means okay. Now, if the word is plural, whether masculine or feminine, li, such as raisin, then the French for some is des. Okay? For example, je voudrais des raisins, je voudrais des chocolats, je voudrais des pommes, je voudrais des chaussures, je voudrais des gâteaux. Okay? Take notes, please. I'm waiting you. You've already written. Yeah, I'm speaking with you. Now let's see how to ask and say how much tonight means. To ask how much something is, say, c'est combien? C'est combien? And the answer is c'est, following by the amount in euros. If the amount is in whole euros, it would be 5 euros, for example, d'accord? If the amount is euros and cents, it would be 5 euros 50, for example. 5 euros 50 cents. Yeah, like yeah, the rapper, American rapper, 50 cents, right? Now you have to practice and to answer. For example, c'est combien la tarte? Okay, and search, look for these items in dictionary, translate them and ask questions. C'est combien? Tan tan tan. For example, la tarte, and then answer. Here we see 10 euros. How to say it? C'est 10 euros, for example. Okay. Go. Let's see how to say goodbye. Here are some ways to say goodbye. Match the French phrase with the English one. Some of them we already have had. So if you check yourself if you remember or not. Pause the video, do it, and let's check it together. Salut, bye. Au revoir, goodbye. À bientôt, see you soon. À la prochaine, until next time. À demain, see you tomorrow. Bonne fin de semaine or bon weekend. Have a good weekend. Now move around the room, stop when you meet a person and use a phrase to say goodbye. Try out all the phrases. You can even, there is nobody at your room, you just move outside and look for people, stop beside anybody and tell him à bientôt. Let him shocked, surprised. It's okay. Just be mad or foolish for 1 minute. It's okay. Sometimes to be mad, it's good. It's not good to just be serious all the time, alright? Well, this is my advice. Let's read them. À bientôt, à la prochaine, bonne fin de semaine, bon weekend, salut, au revoir, à demain. Guess what are we doing right now? Do you understand what is written there or not? Come on, 20 questions for your... What? No? For you to practice, boy, how to present yourself, and you will have questions and answers. Try to answer them by yourself, by pausing videos for each question. Then we will answer them together. If you do the 20 normally, it means till now you are doing well, you are following me attentively. If not, then again repeat and rewatch all the videos. Okay, let's say we chose the first question. Salut, tu t'appelles comment? This is the first question. Salut, tu t'appelles comment? Answer me. Well, I can answer you. For example, je m'appelle Mario Colone. Okay, my name is Mario Colone. I am Mario Colone. Mon prénom c'est Mario, mon nom c'est Colone. My name is Colone. My family name, my name is Mario. My family name is Colone. Quelle est ta nationalité? Which flag is that? I believe that American ones, they won't answer this question. Because I know that with geography you are not doing well at all. Or just stereotypes you're saying? No, come on, tell me, which one is it? You see, you don't know. Je suis italien, alright? Tu as quel âge? Tu as quel âge? You understand the question, hopefully. Answer then. J'ai 11 ans et demi. How old is he? Quelle est ta date de naissance? Je suis né le 14 mai. Tu es comment? Now to describe yourself, tu es comment? You understand it? Je suis grand, immense. Go describe yourself. J'ai les yeux marrons. J'ai les cheveux bruns, courts et raides. Quel est ton caractère? Again, description. Describe your character. Je suis impulsif, bavard et sportif. Tu es de quelle humeur? Aujourd'hui, je suis de bonne humeur. Je suis content et agité. Tu t'habilles comment? D'habitude, je porte un jean, un t-shirt, un sweatshirt, des baskets et une casquette rouge. Mon porte-bonheur. Tu me présentes ta famille? J'habite à Milano avec ma famille. Mon père s'appelle Marco. Il a 48 ans. Ma mère s'appelle Lucia. Elle a 45 ans. Tu as des frères ou des sœurs? J'ai 2 frères et une sœur. Mon frère Nicolas a 15 ans. Il fréquente le Liceo Scientifico. This is Italian. Okay? Mon frère Filippo a 9 ans. Il fréquente l'école primaire. Ma petite sœur s'appelle Antonella. Elle a 5 ans. Elle fréquente l'école maternelle. Tu fréquentes quelle école? Comme tous les ados italiens. Here, I forget the E. Sorry. Here, between them, the E. Je vis à l'école. Je fréquente la scuola secondaria di primo grado. Again, this is Italian, don't be mad. It's the name of the school. Elle correspond au collège français. Mais elle dure 3 ans. Moi, je suis un Tirza. La classe, c'est... Sorry, I switch it to Italian. La classe, not la classe. La classe correspondante en France est la 4e. If you don't understand words, it means you have problem with your vocabulary. You don't follow me. You are not checking dictionary. You are not learning words. Go back and learn words, please. Tu es bon en quoi? À l'école, je suis bon en dessin. J'aime beaucoup dessiner, mais je n'aime pas les maths. Et je déteste l'histoire. Tu aimes le sport? J'adore le sport. J'aime skier, nager, jouer au foot. J'aime aussi écouter de la musique. À quelle heure tu te réveilles le matin? Le matin, je me réveille à 7 heures. C'est ma mère qui me réveille. Here, again. I switched to Italian when I wrote that. Me réveille. Yeah, sometimes you have to learn with mistakes. À quelle heure commence ton école? Mon école commence à 8 heures. Avec qui tu déjeunes? D'habitude, je déjeune avec ma mère et mes frères. Mais le lundi, je mange à la cantine de l'école avec mes amis. Où est-ce que tu fais l'après-midi? Sorry. Qu'est-ce que tu fais après-midi? Sorry again. You noticed that have you noticed that I didn't speak, I didn't pronounce letters? No? Means you will have to listen more. I don't know, you can, for example, watch films in French, watch videos, listen to music, something like that. Because I made 2 mistakes. Qu'est-ce que tu fais l'après-midi? The first one I said où. The second one I didn't pronounce L. Ok? L'après-midi, quand je rentre de l'école, je fais mes devoirs et je joue à l'ordinateur. Qu'est-ce que tu fais le soir après le dîner? Le soir après le dîner, je vais dans ma chambre, j'écoute de la musique et je surfe sur Internet. Je vais au lit vers 23 heures. On est en quelle saison? On est au printemps. Il fait quel temps? Il fait beau, il y a du soleil. Il fait doux, il y a du vent. C'est parfait pour randonner à vélo. Here are all the questions from 1 to 10. Hopefully you have answered all. And the second part. Alright, now we are going to learn how to ask questions. Here I put some objectives to understand different questions, to be able to ask questions, and to be able to give constructive feedback. Right? Well, you will have to find the correct question for each answer and write it in a table. I believe that almost all the questions we already have seen them. If not, just try to rewatch some videos, I guess. We already had so many of them, and we are going to answer them anyway. So just pause the video, try to remember, write them. If not, let's see the answer together. Alright, je m'appelle Fred. Comment tu t'appelles? J'habite à Londres. Où est-ce que tu habites? C'est le 30 octobre. Quand est ton anniversaire? Est-ce que tu aimes le poisson? Non, je déteste le poisson. Combien de frères as-tu? J'ai 2 frères. Qu'est-ce que tu fais le week-end? Le samedi, je vais en ville. Avec qui? Avec ma copine. Now you will have to match these words in the English variant. Pause the video, do it, and come to check it together. Let's see. Who, qui, where, où, when, quand, what, do, qu'est-ce que, d'où, est-ce que, how many, combien. Now, how to make questions. Let's see a statement. You go on holiday. Tu vas en vacances. Closed questions will be such a way. For example, do you go on holiday? Means yes, no questions. Est-ce que tu vas en vacances? So we put est-ce que. This means the answer. We are waiting the answer to be yes or no. Est-ce que tu vas en vacances? Right? We don't change anything. We just put before the subject this statement. Est-ce que tu vas en vacances? Open questions. When do you go on holiday, for example? Well, we added then quand to all this part. Quand est-ce que tu vas en vacances? Quand est-ce que tu vas en vacances? You do these phrases following these structures, please. Now, to add est-ce que means do. Tu passes les vacances en France. Tu vas en vacances avec ta famille. Tu aimes jouer au foot. Tu veux sortir ce soir. Will you just do the exercise, please? Again. Thank you. Est-ce que tu passes les vacances en France? Est-ce que tu vas en vacances avec ta famille? Est-ce que tu aimes jouer au foot? Est-ce que tu veux sortir ce soir? Means all the answers should be yes or no. And that's it. Don't try to, speak nonsense. Just yes or no. Now to ask an open question, we have here quand, où, avec qui, est-ce que. Quand, it's when. Où, where, avec qui, with who, if you remember. Tu passes les vacances en France, when. What do you think? Quand est-ce que tu passes les vacances en France? It means if we remove this one, it will be as a yes-no question. Est-ce que tu passes les vacances en France? If we wanna ask an open question, we just add these questions like quand, où. Où est-ce que tu vas en vacances avec ta famille? Avec qu'est-ce que tu aimes jouer au foot? Quand est-ce que tu veux sortir ce soir? Here are some phrases. Tu fais en été. you will have to put the questions here before to fit. Let's see here the answers. Qu'est-ce que tu fais en été? Est-ce que tu vas en vacances? Où est-ce que tu vas en vacances? Est-ce que tu aimes la France? Quand est-ce que tu vas à la France? Avec qui? Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Qu'est-ce que tu manges? Où est-ce que tu restes? Now you will have to translate these questions or to play it with your friend and to answer these questions. Or, well, first of all, you will have to write the French variant. And hello again. Now the objective of this class is to be able to tell your nationality and the nationality of your friends. Let's go. So here we have 3 steps. You will be able to know which preposition we need to use. Okay, the second one, we'll tell it after. Let's go. Let's recap. You see this map here? Can you tell which country is the first one, for example? And whether you can say if they are feminine or masculine. Let's go. The first one. You don't know? La France. Second. La Belgique. Third. Les Pays-Bas. The fourth. L'Allemagne. La Pologne. La Grèce. L'Italie. La Suisse. Le Portugal. Et l'Espagne. Well, whether I'm masculine or feminine, can you tell? We know already that la is for feminine, for example. Les is for plural. La, it depends here. La is feminine. La, and here is masculine. The rest, do you know? No? Let's check. Le Royaume-Uni. Le Royaume-Uni. Au Royaume-Uni, il y a. It means in Britain, there is. Il y a. It means there is. In England, there is. L'Écosse. L'Angleterre. L'Irlande du Nord. Le pays de Galles. So let's check now. Savoir quelle préposition utiliser pour chaque genre de pays. Which preposition should we use for each country? Now, read the phrases, the sentences, and tell me. Well, don't tell me anything, just forget it. Okay. I know you will tell me that I'm a bad teacher and so on. Okay. J'habite à Londres en Angleterre. Mon cousin habite au pays de Galles. Ma tante habite aux Pays-Bas. Mes amis habitent en Espagne. La famille de P habite au Portugal. Let me take you back to the second one. What did I say? Which mistake? I said Pays de Galles. You see? It's Pays de Galles. Alright? I'm like you, I'm making mistakes. You're happy, right? Let's see. We have here some prepositions, articles. You think what the heck doing here? We're gonna check together. On, ou, au, on, ou. These 3 ones, we already know about them. Now, if the country is feminine, we use on. For example, j'habite, which means I live in France, which is translated as in English, right? J'habite en France. If the country is feminine, we use on. If the name of the country is masculine, we use au. Alright? J'habite, I live au pays de Galles. Alright? Si le pays est pluriel, if it's in plural, the country, the name of the country, then we use au. That's easy, huh? as easy as EBC, right? On utilise on utilise O, on utilise O. Now let's check it together. Where is Charlie? This guy, this handsome guy is called Charlie. What do you think? Where is Charlie? What is written here? Où est Charlie? Le voyage fantastique. Where is Charlie? What do you think? Huh? According to this flag, where is Charlie? Charlie est au Portugal. Alright? Why O? Because Portugal is masculine noun. Right? Charlie est. What do you think? Est en France. Alright? Is in France. Why on? Because France is feminine. Charlie est. What do you think? Which country is this one? Right. Est en Allemagne. En Allemagne. Why on? Because Allemagne is feminine. Charlie est aux Pays-Bas. Right? Why O? Because Pays-Bas is plural. Charlie est en Écosse. Again, on because Écosse is feminine. Charlie est en Angleterre. Charlie est au Pays de Galles. So, now hopefully you understand when we put these prepositions, right? If not, rewatch the video. Understand it very well and come back so to go to the second point, which is to know countries and nationalities in feminine and masculine. So to speak about nationalities, we need the verb être conjugated in present, of course. I am, je suis, tu y es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. Now let's do a little exercise. You will have to put, for example, these words, these nationalities, the flag that it corresponds. Let's say the first flag here. What do you think? Right, Swiss, Belge, Espagnol. For feminine one, Espagnol, this is masculine. Portuguese for masculine. Portugaise for feminine. Anglais for masculine. Anglaise for feminine. Allemand masculine. Allemande féminin. Français masculine. Française féminin. Néerlandais masculine. Néerlandaise féminin. Italien masculin. Italienne féminin. Grec masculin. Grec is pronounced the same. Feminine. So you may ask why there is two words, because there is two genders. Well, let's see the fundamental rule of how to turn these nationalities, nouns, from masculine to feminine one. Let's say if the name of the nationality ends with AES, we add just E in almost all the cases. If it ends with yen, we double the n and we add E, right? If it ends with d, we just we just add E at the end to form a feminine. For Belge and Swiss, they don't change, they are the same for both feminine and masculine, right? It means il est belge, elle est belge, il est suisse, elle est suisse, both for he and she, it doesn't change. Now you will have to tell me which nationality for each person here. For example, you see here the capitals or and you will have to answer them. Pause the video and answer, please. Hopefully the second one is already completed. Now another exercise is to tell where each person come from. For example, for the first one, you see the flag, it's Spanish, and we know that she is a girl, so the pronoun, the subject pronoun, it will be elle, for feminine she, and the next we know that we will have to add a verb, which is e, and you will say, for example, and to write the name of her nationality, where did she come from. For example, here in the case of this girl is Spanish, she's from Spain, so elle español. You continue the same for all the other ones. Write them down, practice, and that's it. Now let's learn more words. This time we are going to talk about your car, right? But in French, alright? Hopefully you have a car. If not, I wish by the end of this week you will get a gift from Tesla. Alright? So let's watch together. Les transports et les voyages. Voyage here, travel. Si we say je voyage, I travel. En voiture, right? Je voyage en train. Je voyage en bus. Je voyage en car. Je voyage en avion. Je voyage en camion. Je voyage en camionnette. Je voyage en métro. Je voyage en bateau. Je vis à vélo. Here I'm going, or I go. Je voyage à moto. Je voyage à mobilette. Je vis à cheval. Je vis or je marche. I walk, je marche. À pied. Je skie or je fais du ski. Je descends la montagne en ski. Here are some verbs in present simple. Je voyage, je vais, je pars, je vole, which infinitive is voyager, aller, partir, voler. Je marche, je conduis, je roule, j'arrive, je prends, ça dure, ça prend. Here we had some verbs in past. Hopefully you remember the passé composé, the perfect tense that we already had. Hopefully you have seen them, and you have told yourself, oh, I know this tense, oh, that's weird, I remember it. Okay. J'ai voyagé, just a minute of happiness. J'ai voyagé, je suis allé, je suis parti, j'ai volé, j'ai marché, j'ai conduit, j'ai roulé, je suis arrivé, j'ai pris, ça a duré. Okay? Here, vocabulary. You will have to learn these words. Un voyage, here is the translation. Un trajet, une promenade, une randonnée, un embouteillage, un bouchon, la circulation, le vol, un fil, le tour du monde, une croisière, les transports en commun, j'ai mal de mer, de l'air, retardé. You will practice this way, for example. Je vis au collège à pied. You will say, how do you go to, I don't know, to school, to university? Just put sentences that you're write whatever you want with the words that we had already. J'aime voyager en train. tell, for example, which means you like to travel, for example, in plane or, I don't know, in car. In this case, j'aime voyager en train. Le vol a duré 3 heures. Je n'aime pas marcher, je préfère rouler en voiture. Il y a beaucoup de circulation à Caistor. Je déteste les bouchons et les filles. Pour aller en France, je prends l'avion ou je voyage en bateau. Here is the translation. Okay. Alors, I tell you, bon voyage. Quel temps fit-il? Quel temps fit-il? What's the weather like in your country now, right now? Can you tell that in French? If not, then this video we are going to recap what we already had. Because of you, because you are not revising your lessons. So, I'm obliged again and again to repeat this process, okay? Now look at the verb phrase fit-il above. Turn it around and you have il fit. The phrase il fit can be used to describe lots of different kinds of weather. Let's look at some examples. Il fit beau. Il fit mauvais. Il fit chaud. Il fit froid. Il fit 30 degrés. Il fit du soleil. Il fit du vent. Il fit du brouillard. Brouillard. Il fit de l'orage. The phrase il y a can often be used in place of il fit, in phrase containing de la, or de. Example, il y a de l'orage, and coming up next is one instance when you have to use il y a. Il y a des nuages. Sometimes there is a special verb for a particular kind of weather. Some examples coming up. Il pleut. As simple as EBC. Il neige. It snows. Just it snows. Il gèle. Welcome again. Now, if you don't eat or you hate eating, then this class is not for you. If you wanna order your food in a restaurant in France without any problems, then stay here with me and let's learn more about food, la nourriture. While here we are going to learn new words. Let's go. La salade. La salade. Les tomates. Les tomates. Les légumes. Les légumes. Le poulet. Le poulet. Qu'est-ce que tu aimes manger? What do you like to eat? La salade, les tomates, les légumes, vegetables, or le poulet. Les pommes de terre, les pommes de terre. Le poisson, le riz, le cassoulet, le cassoulet. Qu'est-ce que tu aimes manger? Les pommes de terre, le poisson, le riz, le cassoulet. Les saucissons, ou bien or le saucisson. La viande, meat. La viande. Les pâtes. Les pâtes. Les fruits. Do you remember any of this? If no, go learn the words. Les salades, ou bien or la salade. Les tomates. Le riz. Les pommes de terre. le poulet, les légumes, le poisson, le cassoulet, la viande, les fruits, les pâtes, le saucisson. Now to say whether you like or you hate or you don't like, you say j'aime in case you like, and j'adore in case if you love. And je n'aime pas, which means I don't like, or je déteste, I hate. I believe in English we can also say I detest. So, what do you like to eat? Write a short paragraph describing your eating preferences. So now let's learn how to compare in French. Right? This class is going to be about comparatives and superlatives. While comparisons in French are formed by placing the word plus, plus, pronounced in French, plus, which means more, and moins, less, or aussi, as, before adjectives and adverbs, and the word que, which means then or as, after them. Here, let's see examples. Here are adjectives and adverbs. Simon est plus âgé que son mari. Guillaume est moins sportif que son père. You see the translation here. Nina est aussi indépendante qu'Anne. Elle parle plus vite que son mari. Il m'écrit moins souvent que son père. Elle joue au golf aussi bien qu'Anne. It means to compare we have two things. We have plus, plus, que. We have moins, que. Yeah. In case if we compare two persons, for example, the first one is less athletic, so we use moins. If he is, I don't know, more than, we use plus. If I are equal or at the same level, for example, we say aussi. For example, we can turn this phrase into to make like to compare them, not to compare but to say like they have the same level. We can use, for example, aussi here. For example, Guillaume est aussi sportif que son père, which means Guillaume is as athletic as his father, right? With adverb. Elle parle plus vite que son mari. Il m'écrit moins souvent que son père. Elle joue au golf aussi bien qu'Anne. Superlatives, otherwise, are formed by placing the appropriate different article after the noun, when it is expressed and before the comparative form. The preposition de often follows the superlative to express in or of. Les trains, le TGV est le train le plus rapide du monde. It's kind of the most, the fastest, right? Some adjectives like beau, bon, grand, and nouveau precede the nouns they modify. Their superlative forms can also precede the nouns they modify or they can follow them. For example, c'est la plus grande ville. C'est la ville la plus grande, in case. Superlative. Since adverbs are invariable, you always use le to form the superlative. For example, Monsieur Duval est le prof qui parle le plus vite. C'est Amandine qui écoute le moins patiemment. Some adjectives and adverbs have irregular comparative and superlative forms. Let's see them. For example, adjective like bon, mauvais, and bonne in case feminine, bonne with s in case plural, the same for mauvais, mauvaise in case of feminine, and mauvaise with s in case if it's feminine plural. Here bon in comparative it will be meilleur, in superlative it will be les meilleurs, le meilleur, la meilleure, depends on the subject, if it is masculine le, if it is feminine la, if it is plural les, right? Mauvais, pire, or plus mauvais, okay? And superlative, les pires, le pire, again depends on ça. For adverbs, bien, mal. Comparative of bien becomes mieux. Superlative becomes le mieux. For mal becomes plus mal, le plus mal. Here we have some examples. En été, les pêches sont meilleures que les pommes. Johnny Hallyday chante bien, mais Jacques Brel chante mieux. Voilà la meilleure boulangerie de la ville. Quand on est au régime, les frites sont pires que les pâtes. Je ne fais pas bien le ménage, mais tu le fais plus mal que moi. Dans la classe, c'est Clémentine qui écrit le mieux. Now, pause the video, please. You will have to complete these sentences with whether comparative or superlative, right? Ok. Les étudiants sont moins âgés que le professeur. Et un exemple. Quelle librairie vend les livres les plus intéressants? And he continued. God damn it, again grammar. Yeah, b-boy, le futur proche, the near future. It's so easy to learn. I'm teaching you, at least you will be able to speak a little bit French so that people can understand you when you are talking about future, when you are talking about past, about present. That's why I insist every time to learn tenses, okay? Le futur proche, the near future. Let's go. Here it says, Happy New Year, bonne année 2022, right? We have some sentences here. Let's read them together. Je vais arrêter de manger des bonbons. Je vais travailler plus. Je vais boire plus d'eau. Je vais aider mes parents à la maison. Je vais manger moins de chocolat. Je vais ranger ma chambre. Well, as you see here, we have these words in red and blue. This actually is the conjugation, the conjugation of the future proche, the near future. Let's see how it is conjugated. So, the near future is formed by the verb aller in the present tense. Even if we are talking about future, the verb aller is formed in present tense, okay? Followed by the infinitive of the main verb. Here, secret rule in French. If the first verb is conjugated, the second it's always gonna be infinitive. Remember that, okay? For example, je vais partir en vacances avec ma famille. Vais is the conjugation of the verb aller in present simple. It's a irregular verb, that's why it's completely changed, okay? It can be translated by I'm going to if it is compared to English. The near future, of course, is used when something is near, going to happen. So when something is almost certain, it is going to happen, for sure. Let's conjugate together the verb aller in French. Je vais. Tu vas. Il va. Nous allons. Vous allez. Ils vont. Right? Do you remember that? Je vais, tu vas, il va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont. Practically, the nous and vous doesn't change. Right? Aller in the present tense. Je, do you remember? Let's play. Je, right. Je vais. Nous, how to say? Doesn't change. Nous allons. Elle va. Right. Il, again, il va. Right. Tu vas. That's it. Vous allez. It doesn't change. Right. Je vais. Okay. Elles vont. That's great. Ils vont. That's great. On va. Nice. Now, let's see how to form the near future. So we said that with aller in present tense, we conjugated it plus the verb in infinitive. Here it means I am going to go, right? Je vais aller. Tu vas aller. Il va aller. Nous allons aller. Vous allez aller. Ils vont aller. So easy, right? Now, it's for you to play with me. Here you have an example. You will have to make, for example, plans for 2022, sorry, to tell what are you going to do, what is your planning. For example, in 2009 here it's written, it's question. The first I wrote 2022, the second this time 2009. Ouais, c'est just an example, okay, take it easy. Je vais regarder moins la télé. I will watch less television. Here is an example. You will have to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sentences, okay? See you. Before going, let's say, je vais arrêter de mordre les ongles. And here, use the pictures to tell the story. Use the right tense. You are telling your parents what you are going to do next week. For example, the first sentence, as you see, je vais aller à la piscine avec mes amis. It means with the help of these pictures, you make sentences. Pause the video and do this exercise, please. Puis, on... And here are the verbs you will need. Puis, on va faire de vélo. On va manger au McDo. Après ça, on va visiter le musée. Ça va être génial. What are you going to do next year? Qu'est-ce que tu vas faire l'année prochaine? Je vais changer d'école. Je vais aller au lycée de Harlington. Je vais préparer mon GCSE. Je vais choisir mes options maths ou bien musique. Je vais rencontrer de nouveaux amis. You will have to answer these questions. Some of these questions. The fourth one, you will have to answer it. Then you will make 4 sentences. What are you going to do next year? Alright? Alright, now we have a little exercises too. You will have to complete the sentences to conjugate these verbs in bracket into near future. I believe you can. Pause the video, do it. Now let's correct it. L'année prochaine, il va commencer dans un nouveau collège. Je vais aller à Harlington et je vais faire de nouvelles connaissances. Nous allons commencer à préparer mon repas. Dans mon nouveau collège, tu vas jouer au foot, au rugby, vous allez continuer à faire du piano et vous allez apprendre à jouer de l'accordéon. Here is a way to form negative. We have already had how to form negative sentences. So here, do you remember that we have two K words here? Ne and pas. Ne is always placed before the verb and pas after it. It's quite easy to remember, right? Je ne vais pas manger de bonbons. Je ne vais pas regarder la télé le soir. Je ne vais pas faire de rugby. Je ne vais pas me coucher tard. Now do this exercise but in negative forms. L'année prochaine, il ne va pas commencer dans un nouveau collège. Je ne vais pas aller à Arlington et je ne vais pas faire de nouvelles connaissances. Nous n'allons pas commencer à préparer mon repas. Dans mon nouveau collège, tu ne vas pas jouer au foot, au rugby, vous n'allez pas continuer à faire du piano et vous n'allez pas apprendre à jouer de l'accordéon. Today we are going to learn the imperfect, l'imparfait. It is a very important tense in French language. L'imparfait, the imperfect, right? Let's go. When do you use it? You use the imperfect to describe something that you used to do. This is very important. When we want to describe something that happened in the past, we use always imperfect. Kind of compared to used to in English, right? For example, when I was little, I used to play football, right? In French, quand j'étais petit, and in case if it's feminine, petite becomes je jouais au foot, right? How do you form it? Well, it's easy. Don't panic. Now, take the new form of the present tense, right? We know already how to conjugate verbs in present tense. For example, we take the verb regarder, which is the first group of regarder. It ends with er, right? We conjugate it in present simple, nous, right? Regardons, it becomes. Then take off the O and S ending, instead only regarde, add the following endings to the stem. It's easy. AES, AES, AET, EONS, EUZ, AEUNT. These are the endings of the imperfect in French languages. A very important tense that we use to describe a person, to describe something happened in the past. Alright? So all you have to do, take a verb, see the ending, and conjugate it into present in law, and delete or remove the ONS and add this ending. And here is the imperfect. Alright? Let's take an example of écouter. The present tense of écouter is nous écoutons. We remove the ONS ending and écoute. Add the endings j'écoutais, tu écoutais, il écoutait, nous écoutions, vous écoutiez, ils écoutaient. The second variation is that we will, as usually, we will do as we did with the present. We will just remove from the infinitive the ending of the infinitive and then add these endings of the imperfect. Now you say it's very easy to do it like this way, but I will tell you what. Why this? Why I have given you a choice to do it otherwise? Because simply with this method we are going to be sure that you are writing it right. Okay? There are some verbs which even if in infinitive you remove just the ending and add it, it may be not right. But if you do this trick, it will be alright. Okay? That's it. It's easy, right? As I have said already, there are always irregular verbs and there will be always. The stems of irregular verbs change, but their endings stay the same. That's what the good thing in the imperfect is, that the endings, they don't change, they stay the same, but the stem, it can change. Let's see, the stem of it to be becomes it, then you add the endings et, for example. Okay, verbs like manger or ranger take an extra e in the new form. This is to make the G sound, however the extra is not needed before I. Example, je mangeais, tu mangeais, right? Nous mangions. Similarly with verbs like commencer, the final C becomes C with this thing down, like a 5. In France it's called CCD, right? Before A or O to make it sound soft. Verbs like manger or ranger take an extra E in the new form. We have already talked about that. C'est un example. Je commençais, right? Nous lançons, right? So we have changed the C to C with this thing down, okay? So try to answer this question with your friend, and if not, as I told you at the very beginning, that you just take your phone, imagine that he or she asking these questions. So you will have to answer them following the imperfect tense, which means these questions are all in the past. You will need, or you will have to answer or describe things that you used to do in the past using the imperfect tense. Let's read the questions. Où habites-tu quand tu étais petit, or petite in case it's feminine? Where you used to live when you were a kid. C'était comment? Tu aimais ta maison? Pourquoi? Et maintenant, où habites-tu? Tu aimes ta maison? Pourquoi? Now let me give an example of answers. Quand j'étais petit, when I was a kid, quand j'étais petit, j'habitais à Calais dans un appartement. Right? Mon appartement était très petit mais confortable. Je n'aimais pas mon appartement car je partageais ma chambre avec mon petit frère. Maintenant, j'habite à Lille dans une maison avec 4 chambres. Oui, j'aime beaucoup ma maison parce qu'elle est grande et nous avons une piscine. Now, following these pictures, you will have to make more complex sentences with linking words and opinions. You will have to form kind of sentences, well, in past to describe your, for example, mother, your father, what he used to do, your brother and sister, no, what did they used to eat, stuff like that. Let's see an example. Quand j'étais petit, j'habitais dans une grande maison au bord de la mer avec mes parents et ma sœur. Nous étions heureux. Nous avions un chien qui s'appelait Jules, mais nous n'avions pas de poisson rouge. Le lundi après l'école, je faisais de la natation. Je jouais aussi au basket une fois par semaine avec mon équipe. Ma mère travaillait dans une école avec des enfants. Elle était professeure. Mon père était pilote, donc il ne dormait pas souvent à la maison. Ma nourriture préférée était le poulet et les frites. Nous allions à McDonald's de temps en temps. Today we're going to talk about, yeah, as you see the title, adjectives in French. What the hell? Every time we're speaking, we're talking about adjectives, nouns, and that's it. I know. But let me ask you a question. What is an adjective? What? What a stupid question you're telling me? Yeah, I know, it's a stupid question, I believe. After all, who needs all this linguistic stuff? Yeah? But okay, let's answer it. An adjective is a word that modifies a noun by describing it in some way. Shape, color, size, nationality. French adjectives are different from English adjectives in two ways. Adjectives in French, reflect the nouns they describe in gender and number. In French, unlike in English, they usually follow the noun they modify. For example, un garçon content, masculine, une fille contente, feminine. Des garçons contents, S, because it's plural. Des filles contentes with ES, because it's feminine plural, right? That's the difference. French adjectives change to agree in gender and number with the nouns that they modify, which means there can be up to 4 forms of each adjective. For example, jolie, pretty, masculine singular, jolie, feminine singular, jolie, masculine plural, jolie, feminine plural, jolie. But they are pronounced all the same, the only difference is when you write them. The regular adjectives add U to the base masculine form if it ends in consonants to form the feminine. For example, un garçon brun, une fille brune. We just add U. More than one added double N to form the plural. N-U, sorry. For example, des garçons bruns. I'm sorry. More than one added an S to form the plural. Des garçons bruns, des filles brunes. In English, adjectives are always found in front of the noun. However, most French adjectives follow the noun they modify. Un livre vert, un professeur intelligent. Okay? It's not as in English. But there are some French adjectives that precede the noun. Specialized adjectives called articles. Le, la, elle, li, en, une, did always precede the noun they modify. Un beau garçon, un petit verre. Beau because garçon masculine, petit because verre masculine. Now you have some of words that you should learn, some adjectives. Beau, belle, belle, beau, belle in all of their forms. Nouveau, nouvelle, nouvelle, nouveau, nouvelle. Premier, première. Mauvais, mauvaise. Gros, grosse. French adjectives change if they are feminine or plural, but they can sometimes change if they are masculine too. There can be up to 4 forms of each adjective. Most French adjectives added E for feminine and S for plural. Till the hair grammar. That's why we are telling now, right? Don't panic. Irregular French adjectives. There are several French adjectives which have irregular feminine and plural forms as well as a special form when they are placed in front of a masculine noun that begins with a vowel or a mute H. For example, beau, vowel, belle, it means these two ones are masculine. Why we write belle? Because if you see here the U is vowel and the next word, the noun, if it starts with a vowel or a silent H, we must write it this way, belle. And the same for the whole thing. Okay? This is masculine plural, this is feminine plural. As you see, beau, belle, belle, beau, belle. Nouveau, nouvelle, nouvelle, nouveau, nouvelle. Fou, folle, folle, fou, folle. Mou, molle, molle, mou, molle. Vieux, vieille, vieille, vieux, vieille. Here are some rules to help you with irregular adjectives. Adjectives with a singular masculine form and in EEN need to double the N before adding E to make it feminine. Le garçon canadien, la fille canadienne. For adjectives whose singular masculine form ends in E, change the X to S and then add E to form the feminine singular. Le garçon heureux, la fille heureuse. Adjectives whose singular masculine form ends in E added an unaccented E to form the singular feminine. Le garçon réservé, la fille réservée. Adjectives whose singular masculine form ends in il, double the L and added E to form the feminine. Le garçon gentil, la fille gentille. You will have to take all these notes, okay? If more than one adjective modifies a noun, you may connect them with E. For example, une jeune fille heureuse, we don't say heureuse sympathique, we have to add E to understand. Heureuse is sympathique, and un jeune homme patient et poli, which means E means here, and, alright? I see you're not doing well with the present tense. Again, we are going to recap how the present tense is formed, looking at regular and irregular verbs this time. It's kind of, we have englobed everything in one presentation for you to understand the present tense. Okay, don't be mad, please. Here we have regular ER, RE verbs and regarding, for example, infinitive. This is the first group, this is the second group, and this is the third group, and here is the endings of present tense, as you remember, of verbs in first, second, and third group. For example, regarder, to watch. Je regarde, as you remember, the endings are E, ES, E, the ones which are in bold. Je regarde, tu regardes, il regarde, nous regardons, vous regardez, il regarde. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, nous finissons, vous finissez, ils finissent. Je vends, tu vends, ils vendent, nous vendons, vous vendez, ils vendent. At the same time, we have irregular verbs, as you know that they are, well, in French we have a lot of irregular verbs, and well, yeah, we have nothing to do but to learn them, unfortunately. We have some verbs like aller, avoir, boire, être, faire. Je vis, tu vas, il va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont. We already know this one. We did also this one. There's only two of them to learn. J'ai, tu as, il a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont. Je bois, tu bois, il boit, nous buvons, vous buvez, ils boivent. Je suis, tu y es, il est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont. Je fis, tu fis, elle fit, nous faisons, vous faites, ils font. And here is the perfect tense of it. Do you remember the perfect tense? Le passé composé. Yeah? The one which means like the present perfect, which is compared into English like the present perfect. Je suis allé, j'y eu, which means this one are the past participle of these verbs, alright? J'ai eu, j'ai bu, j'ai été, j'ai fait, right? Now you will have to copy the text and fill in the gaps with the correct part of the verb penser, to think. So you will have to pause the video, think how to conjugate it, do the exercise and come back to correct it together. Okay, the first one is pense. Que penses-tu du dernier film de Bruce Willis? Je pense que c'est super, mais ma soeur n'aime pas du tout ce film. Elle pense que c'est idiot. Mes parents aussi, ils pensent que c'est stupide, mais moi j'adore. Oui, nous deux, nous sommes d'accord. Nous pensons que c'est chouette. Now, the second exercise, which pronoun goes with which part of avoir? Make full sentences, please. And you will have then to translate these sentences into French using the verb être. Do the exercise and come back to correct it together. Alright, j'ai une passion pour les romans. Tu as des frères et des sœurs. Elle a quel âge? Nous avons horreur des films de guerre. Vous avez Internet à la maison? Elles ont les cheveux longs. And here is the translation. Il est intéressant. Les dessins animés sont amusants. Tu es fan de films d'horreur? Nous sommes fans de films d'action. Elles sont fantastiques. Vous êtes sur mon blog. Now, choose the correct verb to complete each sentence, then translate the sentence into English. Please do the exercise and come back. Okay, let's answer. Moi, je fais beaucoup de choses sur Internet. Quelquefois, tu fais des recherches pour tes devoirs. L'internaute typique va souvent sur les blogs. Les jeunes vont sur des sites communautaires. Mon frère fait ses devoirs tous les soirs. Avec mes amis, on fait des quiz. Nous allons sur nos sites préférés. Vous allez à la bibliothèque et vous choisissez un livre. And here is a translation. I do lots of things on the internet. Sometimes you do research for your homework. The typical internet server often goes onto blogs. Young people go onto social networking sites. My brother does his homework every evening. My friends and I do quizzes. We go onto our favorite sites. You go to the library and you choose a book. Now look at the verb tables. Conjugate the sentence, these verbs, following the same pattern. Entendre, to hear, j'attends. You can do the exercise by yourself. J'entends, tu entends, on entend, nous entendons, vous entendez, ils entendent. Je remplis, tu remplis, il remplit, nous remplissons, vous remplissez, ils remplissent. Now you will have to copy the sentences and fill in the gaps with the correct form of the verb in brackets, then translate the sentences into English. A lot of work, right? Like the first one, choisis, fini, rend, choisissent, attend, répond, vont, répondons, attendent, vendez. Now you see the translations. We already know how to form negative form, so ne pas makes a sandwich around the verb. Je ne vais pas au cinéma, I don't go to the cinema. Ne jamais also makes a sandwich around the verb. Je ne regarde jamais. You can say I never watch or I don't go to the cinema, for example. Ne pas and ne jamais. Ne is always before the verb and pas or jamais after the verb, okay? Turn this positive sentence into negative sentences using ne pas or ne jamais. And here are the answers. If you did everything right, then we can say that you are perfect in present tense. And so guess what are we going to do right now? Conjugation, right? Again, grammar. Damn it. Well, we have le futur proche, which we already had. Do you remember le futur proche? I am going to. How to say it in French? You don't remember? That's why we are going to recap it today. And plus, besides, we are going to learn more about le passé récent. which means which can be compared to the present perfect, something like that, le passé récent. Yeah, it can be compared to the present perfect. So, here we have a schema. Let's see. The passé récent, as you see, it's near the present as it is the future proche. They are around the present tense, just here. So when do we use it? Okay, we use it usually when the action has just finished. Okay, but this is about the passé récent, near past. When the action has just finished, it's like present perfect, exactly like present perfect in English. And we use the future proche when we are talking about actions that are going to happen soon. Well, le passé récent, yeah, the recent past, we use the auxiliary venir de plus verb in infinitive. Venir will be conjugated in present plus do as article plus verb in infinitive. Let me give you an example. Venir in present will be for je viens plus do, as we said, plus verb in infinitive, which is the case. Un gâteau délicieux. Nous venons d'arriver de l'école. Where you have the future proche, we already had it, but just let us recap this tense. Well, to form it, we use aller in present simple always, like the passé récent. We conjugate aller in present simple plus verb in infinitive. For example, tu vas étudier pour le contrôle. Okay? Vous allez finir votre travail. Okay? Now, let's recap how to conjugate venir and aller in present tense. Okay? We have two different, we have the same here, the same tense, present tense. Venir, je viens, tu viens, il vient, nous venons, vous venez, il vient. Aller, je vis, tu vas, il va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont. To make it easy, here we have the present tense. If plus infinitive, aller plus infinitive, it becomes the near future. I'm going to. If venir means all of this plus do, right? Do plus verb in infinitive form, it becomes near past or passé récent, right? Like present perfect in English. And that's it. As easy as ABC. Let me exercise you. Okay? Il parle avec ses amis français. Nous achetons le pain et les gâteaux. Now what you have to do is to write these verbs in present tense, to write this verb in future proche means to conjugate this verb into, to convert it into future proche, then to past, near past, like present perfect in English, okay? Il parle avec ses amis français. Nous achetons du pain et des gâteaux. Vous finissez les devoirs ensemble. Sophie appelle sa mère pour l'inviter à dîner. Le professeur entre dans la salle de classe. Les élèves font un exercice de maths. Tu acceptes de travailler en Suisse. Je prépare ma valise pour les vacances. Let's see the solutions. Here, for the future proche, the near future, I'm going to. And here is le passé récent, like the present perfect in English. Il va parler, or il vient de parler avec ses amis français. Nous allons acheter, nous venons d'acheter le pain et les gâteaux. Vous allez finir, vous venez de finir les devoirs ensemble. Sophie va appeler, Sophie vient d'appeler sa mère pour l'inviter à dîner. Le professeur vient d'entrer dans la salle de classe. Les élèves viennent de faire un exercice de maths. Tu vas accepter, viens d'accepter de travailler en Suisse. So hopefully you will do some sentences in order to practice more. You will have to write 10 sentences in futur proche and passé récent. Are you sure you know everything about masculine and feminine in French? No? Let's go with it. So we have the, which is translated into in French, le or la. La stands for feminine, le for masculine. You know that already, hopefully. In French, things, ideas, objects, feelings, etc. are either masculine or feminine. Let's say examples. Le garçon, le chien, le stylo, le cahier, le malheur, all of which are masculine. La fille, la chienne, la table, la sortie, la tristesse. And we have these two articles, un for masculine, une for feminine, which is translated in English as a, e. Une fille et un garçon, un chien et une chatte, un ami et une amie, une tasse et un verre, un cartable et un stylo, un cadeau et une surprise. Now let's see the endings of the word. Alors, comment savoir si table, stylo, chaise, livre, anniversaire, liberté, gouvernement sont des noms masculins ou féminins? Oh, good question. How to know if tables, what is the gender of these words? Table, stylo, how can we understand that table, for example, is masculine or is feminine? So how can we understand this? It's a good question. Unfortunately, there is no rule for that, but sometimes endings can be tricky and we can understand whether it's feminine or masculine. Let's go with that. So, in general, the words that end with ur, ti, ion, ie, ur are feminine. For example, la voiture, it ends with ur, probably feminine. La nature, l'ouverture, la fermeture, ti, la beauté, la fidélité, la bonté, la générosité, l'opinion, and signon, words also that end in sion, xion, et sion. For example, l'information, la connexion, la conversion, all of them are feminine. La magie, la philosophie, l'économie, la pure, la fleur, la chaleur. Write all of this in your copybook, please, so it will be easy for you to revise your lessons. Here we have some exceptions, of course. Le bonheur, even if it ends in ur, it should be feminine, but is an exception, it is masculine. Le malheur. And we have also words that which ending is ie are feminine also. La durée, la pensée, la rêver. But there are some exceptions. Le musée, even if it ends in ie, it is masculine. Le lycée, for example, too. And words which ending is ans and uns, like la confiance, l'intelligence, l'influence, but also there is an exception, like le silence, which is masculine, not feminine. Now the words that end in ment, ism, al, ie, oie, age are usually masculine. For example, le gouvernement, le bâtiment, le socialisme, le réalisme, le journal, le capital, le pommier, l'abricotier, le bavoir, le couloir, le fromage, le voyage, le garage. And there are always some exceptions like la page, which is feminine, even if it ends like age. La plage, feminine also. L'image, also feminine. Et la rage. Okay? Now here is a test for you. You have to say these words, which of them are masculine and feminine. Do the exercise and check it by yourself. Do you play guitar? No? Me either. We have here objectives. We are going to talk music. We are going to organize and recall the names of different musical instruments and say which musical instrument I play and don't play. Alright? And say which musical instrument other people play also. So, jouer de piano. Play piano. Jouer de violon. You can, for example, say je joue de piano. I play piano. Okay. Jouer de la guitare. Jouer de la flûte. Jouer de la flûte à bec. Jouer de la batterie. Jouer de la trompette. Jouer de la clarinette. Jouer du clavier. Jouer de trombone. Jouer de corde d'harmonie. Jouer de hautbois. Jouer de saxophone. Jouer de tuba. Jouer de kazoo. Jouer de l'harmonica. Jouer de la harpe. Chanter, to sing. Do you remember any of these words regarding these pictures? No? Learn the words. Jouer, to play. Je joue, il joue, elle joue. Chanter, je chante, il chante, elle chante. Now, can you guess who, for example, je joue de violon et je chante? Which of these girls is playing violin and singing? You will have to answer reading these little texts. Sophie, yeah. Je joue de la batterie et de kazoo. No, it's not Bernard, it's Pierre. Je joue de la guitare et du clavier. Thomas. Je joue du piano et de la flûte à bec. Yeah, it's Bernard. Je joue de la trompette et de l'harmonica. Amélie. Je joue, il joue, elle joue. Je ne joue pas, négative form. Il ne joue pas, elle ne joue pas. Je ne joue pas de piano. I don't like playing piano. Je ne joue pas de violon. Je ne joue pas de clavier. Je ne joue pas de la batterie. Je ne joue pas de la guitare. Je ne joue pas de l'harmonica. So can you see? Can you say? What do you play? Why not? Sorry, what not? For example, je ne joue pas de piano. Je joue de la batterie. And so on. And can you say which instruments does Lydie play and does not? Lydie and Mark. In French, of course. It's not English class. Come on, in French. Don't you remember all these instruments? Revise, learn the words and come back, do it. Okay, let's correct it together. Elle joue du piano. Elle joue de la flûte à bec. Elle ne joue pas de la batterie. Elle ne joue pas de la guitare. Elle joue de la trompette. Il joue de la guitare. Marc, il joue de la guitare. Il ne joue pas de piano. Il ne joue pas de la trompette. Il joue de la batterie. Il ne joue pas de la flûte à bec. Now, you will have to write in your name here, je m'appelle, what's your name, date of today, and answer this. And tell us what do you play and what not. Now we are going to see how to form plural of nouns. So, our objectives is to learn how to put French singular nouns in plural, regular and irregular plural, to be able to transform singular expressions into plural forms. Usually in French, to put nouns, feminine or masculine, in plural form, it's not to add an S to the noun given. For example, un garçon, des garçons, une fille, des filles, un stylo, des stylos, une école, des écoles, une gomme, des gommes, un papillon, des papillons. Don't forget to put the indefinite article an or une in plural, also die, it's necessary. Die for plural ones, an or une for singular ones. Let's see some expressions for singular and plural. C'est un stylo. It becomes ce sont des stylos. Because this one is in plural, the verb also will be in il plural form. Okay, here one stylo, so it is in il singular. C'est un papillon. Ce sont des papillons. By the way, c'est un, it means it is. Okay? Une fille, des filles. C'est une fille, ce sont des filles. C'est une pomme, ce sont des pommes. Now let's say regular plural in French. As we previously studied, we have to add an S to most of the French nouns to make them plural, but there are some exceptions in French plural nouns, which we are going to discover now. Exception 1. Un nid, des nids. Une croix, des croix. Un bas, des bas. This means they don't change. Nouns ending in Z, X, S in singular form do not change in the plural. Only you have to change N or une into D. That's it, like in these examples. N, une, N becomes just D, right? Nouns ending in O, E in the singular take X in the plural. For example, un gâteau, des gâteaux, un bateau, des bateaux, un milieu, des milieux, un cheveu, des cheveux, un noyau, des noyaux, un tuyau, des tuyaux, un seau, des seaux. Now, nouns ending with O, in French, the singular nouns ending in O will take an S in plural, like un trou, des trous, un clou, des clous, un faux, des faux, except 7 particular nouns which are ending with O but they take an X in the plural, and they are un bijou, des bijoux, un chou, des choux, un caillou, des cailloux, un genou, des genoux, un hibou, des hiboux, un joujou, des joujous, un pot, des pots. Now in French, the singular nouns ending with E usually will take an X in the plural, except for nouns ending in U, but will take an S instead. These nouns are bleu, des stylos bleus, un émeu, des émeus, un pneu, des pneus, un lieu, des lieux. And be attentive please, there is another meaning for the noun lieu. Lieu also means a place. In this case, the plural of lieu will take an X. Un lieu, des lieux. In French, the singular nouns ending in al, their plural will end in o. Example, un journal, des journaux, un animal, des animaux, un cheval, des chevaux, un hôpital, des hôpitaux. But there is an exception for some nouns ending in al, their plural will end in as. Here are the exceptions. Un bal, des bals, un carnaval, des carnavals, un festival, des festivals, un chacal, des chacals, un régal, des régals. In French, usually nouns ending in a, in singular, the plural will take as ending. Examples: un poitrail, des poitrails, un éventail, des éventails, un épouvantail, des épouvantails. But there are some exceptions. Un bail, des beaux, un corail, des coraux, un ventail, des vantaux, un soupirail, des soupiraux, un ventail des vantaux, un travail des travaux, un email des emails. Now you will have to complete the following according to the example. Example, c'est un livre, ce sont des livres. Do it by your own self. You have all of these words in this presentation. So in case you're doubting or you have doubts, just repeat and practice. Keep practicing. And then again, you will have to put in plural these sentences or these words, okay? And you will have to practice on more irregular plural. I heard you. You said that we have been talking all this time about definite articles, but never ever have seen how to use them. What is the definite article? The definite article is the word the in English, right? You already know two of the definite articles in French. Le, examples, le baladeur, le livre, le chien, le cahier, which is for masculine noun, and la, which is for feminine noun. La raquette, la moto, la calculatrice, la voiture. What happens if the noun starts with a vowel sound? Well, you already know that. The lo or la becomes L apostrophe in front of any vowel sound. Examples, l'ordinateur, la fiche, l'hôtel. So we remove the E or the A in case if it is forwarded by a vowel. Wait, you know I have more than one book and more than one notebook and more than one pencil and more than one pen and more than one CD and more than one DVD. What do I do about that? Oh my god, I'm going crazy. Alright, calm yourself, there is a simple solution. First thing, to make almost any noun in French plural, add an S to the end of the word. Second thing, change the le or the la to le. Check this out. Le livre, les livres, la guitare, les guitares, l'appareil photo, les appareils photo, le sac, les sacs. But we have seen exceptions in the last class. Don't forget about that. Do I have to keep repeating the noun? No. You can replace the noun with a subject pronoun, il or elle, depending on the gender of the noun. For example, où est l'ordinateur? Il est sur le bureau. Il stands for ordinateur. Où est la radiocassette? Elle est dans ma chambre. Masculine nouns are replaced by il, feminine nouns are replaced by elle. Very easy. Besides saying the, there are two times the French use the definite article where we do not use it in English. Compare the French and the English. J'aime le français. I like French. Je préfère les maths. I prefer math. Tu aimes le rap. Do you like rap? Nous aimons les films en classe. We like movies in class. The rule: use the definite article le, la, li when you are talking about nouns in a general sense, where we do not use a the in English. And these articles are used a lot after aimer, préférer, and adorer. It means these verbs always necessitate an article. Why do the French do this? Because they are mad. Huh? Because every noun has to have some sort of article before it. Second time to use a definite article, use le before the day of the week to say on day of the week or every day of the week. For example, le jeudi je regarde Grey's Anatomy. On Thursdays I watch Grey's Anatomy. Le dimanche je regarde Rock of Love. Every Sunday I watch Rock of Love. Le dimanche, it's the same. Le vendredi je dîne au restaurant. On Fridays I eat at a restaurant. Guess what? You'll be able to say what you are going to do on holidays using je vais plus infinitive, which is future, near future, right? Futur proche. Let's see. Je vais, I'm going. Je vais faire de la planche à voile. Je vais aller à la pêche. Je vais faire de l'équitation. Je vais faire de canoë. Je vais faire de la voile. Je vais faire de camping. Je vais faire de VTT. Je vais visiter des châteaux et des musées. Je vais. Tu vas faire de VTT. Je vais jouer au foot. Right, I'm going to play football. Je vais. Now, we will repeat all the sentences I have been. And by the way, this presentation is more about vocabulary, so you will have to learn sports vocabulary, alright? Je vais jouer au foot. J'adore le foot. J'adore jouer au foot. On peut jouer au foot. Je joue au foot. J'aime jouer au foot. Je n'aime pas le foot. Je n'aime pas jouer au foot. This is different ways how to say I like, I dislike, I don't like, I hate, I love playing football, for example. J'adore, we know that it means I love, I adore. For example, j'aime, I like, je n'aime pas, I don't like, right? Je vais faire du camping, j'adore le foot, j'adore jouer aux cartes, on peut faire de la natation, je joue au billard, j'aime jouer de la batterie, je vais jouer au tennis, je vais aller au cinéma. Revise how to say what you are going to do on holidays using je vais plus infinitive. Je vais faire du camping, je vais faire du VTT, je vais faire des canoës, je vais faire de la planche à voile, je vais visiter les châteaux et les musées, je vais faire de la voile, je vais faire de l'équitation, je vais aller à la pêche. If you feel like kind of bored a little bit, just make sentences by your own self. Now I have a little exercise for you. What do you think? Where is the I sound from all of these words? I won't tell you. Check it by yourself. See how are these words pronounced. Okay? Aller, we know already means to go. Je vais, tu vas, elle va, on va. Another exercise for you is to make these sentences in order. You see, I don't understand, for example, je vais faire deux. What is that? I don't understand anything. Everything is like, I don't understand, je vais faire deux. Make it understandable. Do the exercise. Here we have the answers. Je vais faire de VTT, je vais faire de camping, on va faire de canoë, je vais faire de la planche à voile, il va faire de la voile, je vais faire de l'équitation, on va aller à la pêche, elle va visiter les musées et les châteaux. Finally, we are going to possess adjectives. Possessive adjectives in French, talking about things that belong to someone. In English, when we want to say something is ours, we simply say it's mine. In French, it is a little more complicated, but it's very easy. It's not complicated. Don't believe what I'm writing here. The words used for my, your, his, and her all change depending on the thing they are describing, and whether it is masculine or feminine, singular or plural. Already you know that, so it's easy for you. Now you have to copy this table, okay? For masculine, my, it will be mon in case of its masculine. Feminine, ma, plural, mi. Your, ton, feminine, ta, plural, ti. His or her, son, for masculine. Feminine, sa, plural, si. Copy it. And for the plural possessive adjectives, our becomes notre masculine, feminine, notre, plural, nous, your, votre, vous, their, leur, leur. The good thing is that they are the same. The plural possessive adjectives, they are quite the same. Examples: my mother, ma mère, because mère is feminine and singular. My father, mon père, because père is masculine and singular. My parent, mes parents, because parents is plural word. That's why me. Now, the really important thing to remember is that the correct possessive adjective depends on the object, the thing being described, and not on the subject, alright? The person describing it. This is the opposite of what we do in English, for example. So, her mother becomes sa mère. So, how would you say his mother? Okay? Sa mère. It doesn't change because mère is the object and it is a feminine word. It doesn't matter if the person is a boy or a girl, the word mère is still feminine. Practice time. Translate into French. Go. Pause the video and do it. Okay, let's see the answers. My parents, mes parents. His sister, sa sœur. Her uncle, son oncle. Tes sœurs. Notre mère. Vos parents. Leur bibi. Leur bibi. Votre tante. Nos cousins. Again, let's practice. Do the exercise. Let's correct. Nos lunettes. Leur bague. Sa montre. Ton drapeau. Leur machine à vaisselle. Ta voix. Notre poubelle. Mes élèves. Son métier. Ses idées. See if you can figure out how to say this in French. Let's see the answers. Ma chemise, ta jupe, sa cravate, mes chaussettes, ses sœurs, ton pantalon, ta robe, ses chaussures, son frère, sa veste. Do you know how to say teacher in French? Oops, yes, you know. Oh my god, I thought I'm gonna make good intro. But okay, let's learn more words, but this time about professions or jobs. Les professions, d'hier à demain. To make it a little bit interesting, we already know the imperfect. You remember the tense which describes actions in the past. I used to, for example. Hopefully you remember it. If not, just check the last classes, find it, and revise. Aujourd'hui, we will use the present simple, and we will use the near future. Here is a sentence. We will have to guess the profession behind it, but for this part is for you to do at home as an exercise. For example, here, I gave an example. Hier, je cherchais un remède contre le cancer. It's imperfect. You will have to conjugate this verb into, for example, present, then near future. Okay? So, chercher un remède contre le cancer. Which profession is? Je suis chercheur, right? Réparer les voitures. Je suis mécanicien. Changer la couleurs de la maison. Je suis peintre. Soigner les petits bobos. Je suis infirmière. Donner des concerts. Je suis pianiste. Enseigner le français et les mathématiques. Je suis enseignant. Accompagner les chanteurs. Je suis guitariste. Réparer les gros bobos. Je suis médecin. Te chanter la pomme. Je suis chanteur. Assurer la sécurité des gens. Je suis policier. Répondre au téléphone. Je suis réceptionniste. Surveiller la pollution des lacs et des rivières. Je suis plongeur. Concocter des recettes savoureuses. Je suis cuisinier. Jouer avec d'autres musiciens. Je suis bassiste. Jouer pour le plaisir. Je suis trompettiste. Arroser les plantes. Je suis jardinier. Prendre soin de ton argent. Je suis banquier. Composer des histoires palpitantes. Je suis écrivain. Immortaliser les plus beaux paysages. Je suis photographe. Changer les ampoules. Je suis électricien. Déguster les vins du monde entier. Je suis sommelier.